Section 1 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in January 2014. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. Great Navigators of the 18th Century, by Jules Verne. First part, Chapter 1, Part 1, Astronomers and Cartographers. Cassini, Picard and La Hire, The Arc of the Meridian and the Map of France, G. Delisle and Danville, The Shape of the Earth, Maupertuis in Lapland, Condamine at the Equator. Before we enter upon a recital of the great expeditions of the 18th century, we shall do well to chronicle the immense progress made during that period by the sciences. They rectified a crowd of prejudices and established a solid basis for the labors of astronomers and geographers. If we refer them solely to the matter before us, they radically modified cartography and ensured for navigation a security hitherto unknown. Although Galileo had observed the eclipses of Jupiter's satellites as early as 1610, his important discovery had been rendered useless by the indifference of governments, the inadequacy of instruments, and the mistakes committed by his followers. In 1660, Jean-Dominique Cassini published his Tables of the Satellites of Jupiter, which induced Colbert to send for him in the following year, and which obtained for him the superintendence of the Paris Observatory. In the month of July 1671, Philippe de la Hire went to Uraniborg in the island of Huen to take observations for the situation of Tycho Brahe's observatory. In that spot he calculated with the assistance of Cassini's tables, and with an exactitude never before obtained, the difference between the longitudes of Paris and Uraniborg. The Academy of Sciences sent the astronomer Jean Richter the same year to Cayenne to study the parallaxes of the Sun and Moon, and to determine the distance of Mars and Venus from the Earth. This voyage, which was entirely successful, was attended with unforeseen consequences, and resulted in inquiries shortly after entered into as to the shape of the earth. Richter noticed that the pendulum lost 2 minutes 28 seconds at Cayenne, which proved that the momentum was less at this place than at Paris. From this fact, Newton and Huygens deduced the flatness of the globe at the poles. Shortly afterwards, however, the computation of a terrestrial degree given by Abbé Picard and the determination of the meridional arc arrived at by the Cassinis, father and son, led scientific men to an entirely different result, and induced them to consider the Earth an elliptical figure, elongated towards the polar regions. Passionate discussions arose from this decision, and in them originated immense undertakings, from which astronomical and mathematical geography profited. Picard undertook to estimate the space contained between the parallels of Amiens and Malvoisine, which comprises a degree and a third. The Academy, however, decided that a more exact result could be obtained by the calculation of a greater distance, and determined to portion out the entire length of France from north to south in degrees. For this purpose they selected the meridian line which passes the Paris Observatory. This gigantic trigonometrical undertaking was commenced 20 years before the end of the 17th century, was interrupted and recommenced, and finally finished towards 1720. At the same time, Louis XIV, urged by Colbert, gave orders for the preparation of a map of France. Men of science undertook voyages from 1679 to 1682, and by astronomical observations found the position of the coasts on the ocean and Mediterranean. But even these undertakings, because computation of the meridional arc, the calculations which determined the latitude and longitude of certain large cities in France, and a map which gave the environs of Paris in detail with geometrical exactitude, were still insufficient data for a map of France. As in the measurement of the meridional arc, the only course to adopt was to cover the whole extent of the country with a network of triangles. Such was the basis of the large map of France which justly bears the name of Cassini. The result of the early observations of Cassini and La Hire was to restrict France within much narrower limits than had hitherto been assigned to her. Desborough Cooley, in his History of Voyages, says, quote, "They deprived her, France, of several degrees of longitude in the length of her western coast from Brittany to the Bay of Biscay, and in the same way retrenched about half a degree from Languedoc and La Provence." End quote. These alterations gave rise to a bon mot. Louis XIV, in complimenting the academicians upon their return, remarked, "I am sorry to see, gentlemen, that your journey has cost me a good part of my kingdom." So far, however, cartographers had ignored the corrections made by astronomers. In the middle of the 17th century, Peiresc and Gassendi had corrected upon the maps of the Mediterranean a difference of 500 miles of distance between Marseille and Alexandria. Jean-Mathieu de Chazelles, who had assisted Cassini in his labors, was sent to the Levant to draw up a coast chart for the Mediterranean. It was sufficiently clear, say the Memoirs of the Academy of Sciences, that the maps unduly extended the continents of Europe, Africa, and America, and narrowed the Pacific Ocean between Asia and Europe. These errors had caused singular mistakes. During Monsieur de Chaumont's voyage, when he went as Louis XIV's ambassador to Siam, the pilots, trusting to their charts, were mistaken in their calculations, and both in going and in returning went a good deal further than they imagined. In proceeding from the Cape of Good Hope to the island of Java, they imagined themselves a long way from the Strait of Sunda, when in reality they were more than 60 leagues beyond it. And they were forced to put back for 2 days with a favorable wind to enter it. In the same way, upon their return voyage from the Cape of Good Hope to France, they found themselves at the island of Flores, the most western of the Azores, when they conceived themselves to be at least 150 leagues eastward of it. They were obliged to navigate for 12 days in an easterly direction in order to reach the French coast. As we have already said, the corrections made in the map of France were considerable. It was recognized that Perpignan and Collioure more especially were far more to the east than had been supposed. To gain a fair idea of the alteration, one has only to glance at the map of France published in the first part of the 7th volume of the Memoirs of the Academy of Sciences. All the astronomical observations to which we have called attention are noted in it, and the original outline of the map, published by Sanson in 1679, makes the modification apparent. Cassini was right in saying that cartography was no longer at its height as a science. In reality, Sanson had blindly followed the longitudes of Ptolemy without taking any note of astronomical observations. His sons and grandsons had simply re-edited his maps as they were completed, and other geographers followed the same course. William de L'Isle was the first to construct new maps and to make use of modern discoveries. He arbitrarily rejected all that had been done before this time. His enthusiasm was so great that he had entirely carried out his project at the age of 25. His brother, Joseph Nicholas, who taught astronomy in Russia, sent William materials for his maps. At the same time, his younger brother, de L'Isle de la Cuillère, visited the coast of the Arctic Ocean and astronomically fixed the position of the most important points. He embarked on board the Bering's vessel and died at Kamchatka. That was the work of the three de L'Isle, but to William belongs the glory of having revolutionized geography. He succeeded, says Cooley, in reconciling ancient and modern computations and in collecting an immense mass of documents. Instead of limiting his corrections to any one quarter of the earth, he directed them to the entire globe. By this means he earned the right to be considered the founder of modern geography. Peter the Great, on his way to Paris, paid a tribute to his merit by visiting him and placing at his disposal all the information he himself possessed of the geography of Russia. Could there be a more conclusive testimony to his worth than this from a stranger? And if French geographers are excelled in these days by those of Germany and England, is it not consolatory and encouraging to them to know that they have excelled in a science in which they are now struggling to regain their former superiority? Delisle lived to witness the success of his pupil, J.B. d'Anville. If the latter is inferior to Adrien Valois in the matter of historical science, he deserved his high fame for the relative improvement of his outlines and for the clear and artistic appearance of his maps. It is difficult, says M.E. Desjardins in his Géographie de la Gaule romaine, to understand the slight importance which has been attributed to his works as a geographer, mathematician, and draftsman. The latter more especially do justice to his great merit. D'Anville was the first to construct a map by scientific methods, and that of itself is sufficient glory. In the department of historical geography, D'Anville exhibited unusual good sense in discussion and a marvelous topographical instinct for identifications, but it is well to remember that he was neither a man of science nor even well versed in classic authorities. His most beautiful work is his map of Italy, the dimensions of which, hitherto exaggerated, extended from the east to the west in accordance with the ideas of the ancients. In 1735, Philippe Buache, whose name as a geographer is justly celebrated, inaugurated a new method in his chart of the depths of the English Channel by using contour levels to represent the variations of the soil. 10 years later, D'Après de Manvillette published his Neptune Oriental, in which he rectified the charts of the African, Chinese, and Indian coasts. He added to it a nautical guide, which was the more precious at this period, as it was the first of the kind. Up to the close of his life he amended his manual, which served as a guide for all French naval officers during the latter part of the 18th century. Of English astronomers and physicists, Halley was the chief. He published a theory of magnetic variations and a history of the monsoons, which gained for him the command of a vessel, that he might put his theory into practice. That which D'Après achieved for the French, Alexander Dalrymple accomplished for the English. His views, however, bordered on the hypothetical, and he believed in the existence of an Antarctic continent. He was succeeded by Horsburgh, whose name is justly dear to navigators. We must now speak of two important expeditions which ought to have settled the animated discussion as to the shape of the earth. The Academy of Sciences had dispatched a mission to America to compute the arc of the meridian at the equator. It was composed of Godin, Bouguer, and La Condamine. It was decided to entrust a similar expedition to the north to Maupertuis. If, said this scientific man, the flatness of the earth be not greater than Huygens supposed, the margin between the degrees of the meridian the imperfection of instruments. But if the observation can be made at the pole, the difference between the first degree of the meridian nearest the equatorial line and, for example, the 66th degree, which crosses the polar circle, will be great enough, even by Huygens' hypothesis, to show itself irresistibly and beyond the possibility of miscalculation, because the difference would be repeated just as many times as there are intermediate degrees. The problem thus neatly propounded ought to have obtained a ready solution both at the pole and the equator, a solution which would have settled the discussion by proving Huygens and Newton to be right. The expedition embarked in a vessel equipped at Dunkirk. In addition to Maupertuis, it comprised Descléraux, Camus, and Lemonnier, academicians, Albert Autier, canon of Bayeux, a secretary named Sommereux, a draftsman, Herbelot, and the scientific Swedish astronomer, Celsius. When the King of Sweden received the members of the mission at Stockholm, he said to them, "I have been in many bloody battles, but I should prefer finding myself in the midst of the most sanguinary rather than join your expedition." Certainly it was not likely to prove a party of pleasure. The learned adventurers were to be tested by difficulties of every kind, by continued privation, by excessive cold. But what comparison can be made between their sufferings and the agonies, the trials, and the dangers which were to be encountered by the Arctic explorers, Ross, Peary, Hall, Payer, and many others? Damiron, in his Eulogy of Maupertuis, says, "The houses at Tornia, north of the Gulf of Bothnia, almost in the Arctic Circle, are hidden under the snow. When one goes out, the air seems to pierce the lungs, the increasing degrees of frost are proclaimed by the incessant crackling of the wood, of which most of the houses are built. From the solitude which reigns in the streets, one might fancy that the inhabitants of the town were dead. At every step one meets mutilated figures, people who have lost arms or legs from the terrible severity of the temperature. And yet the travellers did not intend pausing at Tornia." Nowadays these portions of the globe are better known, and the region of the Arctic climate thoroughly appreciated, which makes it easier to estimate the difficulties the inquirers encountered. They commenced their operations in July 1736. Beyond Tornia they found only uninhabited regions. They were obliged to rely upon their own resources for scaling the mountains, where they placed the signals intended to form the uninterrupted series of triangles. Divided into two parties in order to thus obtain two measurements instead of one, and thereby also to diminish the chance of mistakes, the adventurous savants, after inconceivable hairbreadth escapes, of which an account can be found in the Memoirs of the Academy of Sciences for 1737, and after incredible efforts, decided that the length of the meridian circle comprised between the parallels of Tornia and Kittis was 55,023 fathoms and a half. Thus, below the polar circle, the meridian degree comprised 1,000 fathoms more than Cassini had imagined, and the terrestrial degree exceeded by 377 fathoms the length which Picard has reckoned it between Paris and Amiens. The result, therefore, of this discovery, a result long repudiated by the Cassinis, both father and son, was that the earth was considerably flattened at the poles. Voltaire somewhat maliciously said of it, "Courrier de la physique, argonaute nouveau, qui, franchissant les monts, qui, traversant les eaux, ne ramenez les climats soumis aux trois couronnes, vos perches, vos secteurs et surtout de Lapone. Vous avez confirmé dans ces lieux pleins de nuit ce que Newton connut sans sortir de lui." In much the same vein he alludes to the two sisters who accompanied Maupertuis upon his return, the attractions of one of whom proved irresistible. "Cette erreur est trop ordinaire, et c'est la seule que l'on fit en allant au cercle polaire." M. A. Maury, in his History of the Academy of Sciences, remarks, "At the same time, the importance of the instruments and methods employed by the astronomers sent to the north afforded a support to the defenders of the theory of the flattening of the globes, which was hardly theirs by right, and in the following century the Swedish astronomer Svanberg rectified their involuntary exaggerations in a fine work published by him in the French language. Meantime, the mission dispatched by the Academy to Peru proceeded with analogous operations. It consisted of La Condamine, Bouguer, and Gaudin, 3 academicians, Joseph de Jussieu, governor of the Medical College, who undertook the botanical branch, Sénéanguet, a surgeon, Gaudin de Odonais, a clockmaker, and a draftsman. They started from La Rochelle on the 16th of May, 1735. Upon reaching St. Domingo, they took several astronomical observations and continued by way of Portobello and Carthagena. Crossing the Isthmus of Panama, they disembarked at Manta in Peru upon the 9th of March, 1736. Arrived there, Bouguer and Condamine parted from their companions, studied the rapidity of the pendulum, and finally reached Quito by different routes. Condamine pursued his way along the coast as far as Rio de las Esmeraldas, and drew the map of the entire country, which he traversed with such infinite toil. Bouguer went southwards towards Guayaquil, passing through marshy forests and reaching Caracol at the foot of the Cordillera range of the Andes, which he was a week in crossing. This route had been previously taken by Alvarado when 70 of his followers perished, amongst them the 3 Spaniards who had attempted to penetrate to the interior. Bouguer reached Quito on the 10th of June. At that time this city contained between 30 and 40,000 inhabitants, and boasted of an episcopal president of the assembly and numbers of religious communities, besides 2 colleges. Living there was cheap, with the exception of foreign merchandises, which realized exorbitant prices, so much so indeed that a glass goblet fetched from 18 to 20 francs. The adventurers scaled the Pichincha, a mountain near Quito, the eruptions from which had more than once been fatal to the inhabitants, but they were not slow in discovering that they could not succeed in carrying their implements to the summit of the mountains, and that they must be satisfied with placing the signals upon the hills. An extraordinary phenomenon may be witnessed almost every day upon the summit of these mountains, said Bouguer in the account he read before the Academy of Sciences, which is probably as old as the world itself, but what it appeared was never witnessed by any one before us. We first remarked it when we were all together upon a mountain called Pambamarca. A cloud in which we had been enveloped, and which dispersed, allowed us a view of the rising sun, which was very brilliant. The cloud passed on. It was scarcely removed 30 paces, when each of us distinguished his own shadow reflected above him, and saw only his own, because the cloud presented a broken surface. The short distance allowed us fully to recognize each part of the shadow. We distinguished the arms, the legs, the head, but we were most amazed at finding that the latter was surrounded by a glory, or aureole formed of 2 or 3 small concentric crowns of a very bright color, containing the same variety of hues as the rainbow, red being the outer one. The spaces between the circles were equal, the last circle the weakest, and in the far distance we perceived one large white one, which surrounded the whole. It produced the effect of a transfiguration upon the spectator. The instruments employed by these scholars were not as accurate as more modern ones, and varied with changes of temperature, in consequence of which they were forced to proceed most carefully and with most minute accuracy, lest small errors accumulating should end by leading to greater ones. Thus, in their trigonometrical surveys, Bouguer and his associates never calculated the 3rd angle by the observation of the 2 first, but always observed all 3. Having calculated the number of fathoms contained in the extent of country surveyed, the next point was to discover what part this was of the earth's circumference, which could only be ascertained by means of astronomical observations. After numerous obstacles, which it is impossible to give in detail, after curious discoveries, as for example the attraction exercised on the pendulum by mountains, the French inquirers arrived at conclusions which fully confirmed the result of the expedition to Lapland. They did not all return to France at the same time. Jussieu continued his search after facts in natural history, and La Condamine decided to return by way of the Amazon River, making an important voyage, to which we shall have occasion to refer later. End of section 1.
Section 6 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. Great Navigators of the 18th Century by Jules Verne. First Part, Chapter 2, Part 2. Captain Cook's Predecessors, 2b. Peace was established, and from the Maro a regular and abundant traffic commenced, which supplied the ships with the fresh provisions needed by the crews. There was ground for hope that these amicable relations would continue during their stay in the island, now that the natives had once realized the power and effect of the strangers' weapons. Wallace, therefore, ordered a tent to be prepared near the water supply, and disembarked all the sufferers from scurvy, whilst the healthy members of his company were engaged in repairing the rigging, mending the sails, and caulking and repainting the vessel, putting her, in short, in a condition fitted for the long journey which was to take her to England. At this juncture Wallace's illness assumed an alarming character. The first lieutenant was in hardly better health. All the responsibility of the expedition fell upon Fourneau, who was quite equal to the task. After a rest of 15 days, during which the peace had not been disturbed, Wallace found all his invalids restored to health. Provisions, however, became less plentiful. The natives, spoilt by the abundance of nails and hatchets, became more exacting. Upon the 15th of July, a tall woman, apparently some 45 years of age, of majestic appearance, and who seemed to be much respected by the natives, came on board the Dauphin. Wallace at once perceived by the dignity of her deportment and the freedom of her manner, peculiar to persons habituated to command, that she was of high station. He presented her with a blue mantle, a looking-glass, and other gewgaws, which she received with an expression of profound contentment. Upon leaving the vessel, she invited the captain to land and to pay her a visit. Wallace, although still very weak, did not fail to comply with this request next day. He was conducted to a large hut, which covered about 327 feet in length and 42 in width. The roof was constructed of palm leaves, and was supported by 53 pillars. A considerable crowd, collected together by the event, lined the approach, and received him respectfully. The visit was enlivened by a comical incident. The surgeon of the vessel, who perspired greatly from the effects of the walk, to relieve himself took off his wig. A sudden exclamation from one of the Indians at this sight drew general attention to the prodigy, and all fixed their eyes upon it. The whole assemblage remained perfectly still for some moments, in the silence of astonishment, which could not have been greater if they had seen one of our company decapitated. Next day, a messenger, sent to convey a present to Queen Oberoa, in acknowledgment of her gracious reception, found her giving a feast to several hundred persons. Her servants carried the dishes to her already prepared. the meat in coconut shells, and the shellfish in a sort of wooden trough, similar to those used by our butchers. She herself distributed them with her own hands to each of her guests, who were sitting and standing all round the house. When this was over, she seated herself upon a sort of raised dais, and 2 women beside her gave her her food. They offered the viands to her in their fingers, and she had only to take the trouble to open her mouth. The consequences of this exchange of civilities were speedily felt. The market was once more fully supplied with provisions, although no longer at the same low price as upon the first arrival of the English. Lieutenant Fourneau reconnoitred the length of the coast westward, to gain an idea of the island, and to see what it was possible to obtain from it. The English were everywhere well received. They found a pleasant country, densely populated, whose inhabitants appeared in no hurry to sell their commodities. All their working implements were either of stone or of bone, which led Lieutenant Fourneau to infer that the Tahitians possess no metals. As they had no earthenware vessels, they had no idea that water could be heated. They discovered it one day when the Queen dined on board. One of the principal members of her suite, having seen the surgeon pour water from the boiler into the teapot, turned the tap and received the scalding liquor upon his hand. Finding himself burnt, he uttered most frightful screams, and ran round the cabin, making most extravagant gestures. His companions, unable to imagine what had happened to him, stared at him with mingled astonishment and fear. The surgeon hastened to interfere, but for a long time the poor Tahitian refused to be comforted. Some days later Wallace discovered that his sailors stole nails to give them to the native women. They even went so far as to raise the planks of the ship to obtain screws, nails, bolts, and all the bits of iron which united them to the timbers. Wallace treated the offence rigorously, but nothing availed, and in spite of the precaution he took of allowing no one to leave the vessel without being searched, these robberies constantly occurred. An expedition undertaken into the interior discovered a large valley watered by a beautiful river. Everywhere the soil was carefully cultivated, and arrangements had been made for watering the gardens and the fruit plantations. Farther penetrations into the interior proved the capacious windings of the river. The valley narrowed, the hills were succeeded by mountains. At every step the way became more difficult. A peak, distant about 6 miles from the place of landing, was climbed in the hope of thus discovering the entire island, even to its smallest recesses. But the view was intercepted by yet higher mountains. On the side towards the sea, however, nothing interfered with the magnificent view which stretched before their gaze. Everywhere hills covered with magnificent woods, upon whose verdant slopes the huts of the natives stood out clearly, and in the valleys, with their numberless cabins and gardens surrounded by hedges, the scenes were still more enchanting. The sugar-cane, ginger-plant, tamarind, and tree-ferns, with coconut trees, furnished the principal resources of this fertile country. Wallace, wishing to enrich it still more with the productions of our own climate, caused peach, cherry, and plum stones to be planted, as well as lemon, orange, and lime pips, and sowed quantities of vegetable seeds. At the same time he gave the Queen a present of a cat about a kitten, of 2 cocks, fowls, geese, and other domestic animals, which he hoped might breed well. However, time passed, and Wallace decided to leave. When he announced his intention to the Queen, she threw herself upon a seat and cried for a long time, with so much grief that it was impossible to comfort her. She remained upon the vessel up to the last moment, and as it set sail, embraced us, says Wallace, in the tenderest way, weeping plenteously, and our friends the Tahitians bade us farewell, with so much sorrow, and in so touching a manner, that I felt heavy-hearted, and my eyes filled with tears. The uncourteous reception of the English, and the repeated attempts made by the natives to seize the vessel, would hardly have led to the idea of a painful separation. However, as the proverb has it, all's well that ends well. Of Wallace's observations of the manners and customs of the island, we shall only enumerate the few following, as we shall have occasion to return to them again in relating the voyages undertaken by Bougainville and Cook. Tall, well-built, active, slightly dark in complexion, the natives were clothed in a species of white stuff made from the bark of trees. 2 pieces of stuff completed their costume. One was square and looked like a blanket. The head was thrust through a hole in the center, and it recalled the zarapo of the Mexicans and the poncho of the South American Indian. The second piece was rolled round the body, without being tightened. Almost all, men and women, tattoo their bodies with black lines close together, representing different figures. The operation was thus performed. The pattern was pricked in the skin, and the holes filled with a sort of paste composed of oil and grease, which left an indelible mark. Civilization has little advanced. We have already stated that the Tahitians did not understand earthenware vessels. Wallace, therefore, presented the Queen with a saucepan, which everybody flocked to inspect with extreme curiosity. As to religion, the captain found no trace of that. He only noticed that upon entering certain places, which he took to be cemeteries, they maintained a respectful appearance and wore mourning apparel. One of the natives, more disposed than his companions to adopt English manners, was presented with a complete suit of clothes, which became him very well. Jonathan, so they named him, was quite proud of his new outfit. To put the finishing touch to his manners, he desired to learn the use of a fork, but habit was too strong for him. His hands always went to his mouth, and the bit of meat at the end of the fork found its way to his ear. It was the 27th of July when Wallace left the George III Island. After coasting Duke of York Island, he discovered several islands or islets in succession, upon which he did not touch. For example, Charles Saunders, Lord Howe, Scilly, Boscawen, and Keppel Islands, where the hostile character of the natives and the difficulty of disembarkation prevented his landing. Winter was now to begin in the southern region. The vessel leaked in all directions. The stern especially was much strained by the rudder. Was it wise, under such circumstances, to sail for Cape Horn or the Straits of Magellan? Would it not be running the risk of certain shipwreck? Would it not be better to reach Tinian or Batavia, where repairs were possible, and to return to Europe by the Cape of Good Hope? Wallace decided upon the latter course. He steered for the northwest, and upon the 19th of September, after a voyage which was too fortunate to supply any incidents, he cast anchor in the Tinian harbor. The incidents which marked Byron's stay in this place were repeated with far too much regularity. Wallace could not rejoice over its facilities for provisioning, or the temperature of the country, any more than his predecessors. But the sufferers from scurvy recovered in a short time. The sails were mended, and the vessel caulked and repaired, and the crew had the unexpected good fortune of catching new fever. On the 16th October, 1769, the Dauphin returned to sea, but this time she encountered a succession of frightful storms, which tore the sails, reopened the leakage, broke the rudder, and carried away the poop, with all that was to be found on the forecastle. However, the Bashies were rounded, and Formosa Strait crossed. Sandy Isle, Small Key, Long Island, and New Island were recognized, as also Condor, Timor, Aros, Pisang, Palotaya, Pulo Tote, and Sumatra, before the arrival at Batavia, which took place upon the 30th of November. We have already had occasion to mention the localities which witnessed the completion of the voyage. It is enough to state that from Batavia, where the cruise took the Fever, Wallis proceeded by the Cape, thence to St. Helena, and finally arrived in the Downs on the 20th of May, 1768, after 637 days' voyage. It is to be regretted that Hawkesworth has not reproduced the instructions Wallis received from the Admiralty. Without knowing what they were, we cannot decide whether this brave sailor carried out the orders he had received au pied de la lettre. We have seen that he followed with little variation the route traced by his predecessors in the Pacific Ocean. In fact, nearly all had approached by the dangerous archipelago, leaving unexplored that portion of Oceania where islands are most numerous, and where Cook was later to make such important discoveries. Clever as a navigator, Wallis understood how to obtain from a hasty and incomplete equipment unexpected resources, which enabled him to bring an adventurous enterprise to a successful close. He is equally to be honored for his humanity and the efforts he made to collect reliable information of the countries he visited. Had he only been accompanied by special men of science, there is no doubt that their scientific harvest would have been abundant. The fault lay with the Admiralty. We have related how, on the 10th of April, 1767, as the Dauphin and the Swallow entered the Pacific, the former, carried away by a strong breeze, had lost sight of the latter, and had been unable to follow her. This separation was most unfortunate for Captain Carteret. He knew better than any of his crew the dilapidated condition of his vessel and the insufficiency of his provisions. In short, he was well aware that he could only hope to meet the Dauphin in England, as no plan of operation had been arranged, and no rendezvous had been named, a grave omission on Wallis's part, who was also aware of the condition of his consort. Nevertheless, Carteret allowed none of his apprehensions to come to the knowledge of the crew. At first, the detestable weather experienced by the Swallow upon the Pacific Ocean, most misleading name, allowed no time for reflection. The dangers of the passing moment, in which there was every prospect of their being engulfed, hid from them the perils of the future. Carteret steered for the north, by the coast of Chile. Upon investigating the quantity of soft water which he had on board, he found it quite insufficient for the voyage he had undertaken. He determined, therefore, before setting sail for the west, to take in water at Juan Fernandez, or at Masafuero. The weather continued wretched. Upon the evening of the 27th, a sudden squall was followed by a rising wind, which carried the vessel straight to the Cape. The violence of the storm failed to carry away the masts or to founder the ship. The tempest continued in all its fury, and the sails, being extremely wet, clung round the masts and rigging so closely that it was impossible to work them. Next day a sudden wave broke the mizzenmast, just where there was a flaw in the sail, and submerged the vessels for a few moments. The storm only abated sufficiently to allow the crew of the Swallow time to recover a little and to repair the worst damage, then recommenced and continued with violent squalls until the 7th of May. The wind then became favorable, and 3 days later Juan Fernandez was reached. Carteret was not aware that the Spaniards had fortified this island. He was therefore extremely surprised at seeing a large number of men upon the shore, and at perceiving a battery of 4 pieces on the beach, and a fort pierced with 20 embrasures and surmounted by the Spanish flag upon a hill. The rising wind prevented an entrance into Cumberland Bay, and after cruising about for an entire day, Carteret was obliged to content himself with reaching Massafuero. But he met the same obstacles, and the surge which broke upon the shore interfered with his operations, and it was only with the utmost difficulty that he succeeded in shipping a few casks of water. Some of the crew, who had been forced by the state of the sea to remain on land, killed guinea fowls enough to feed the entire crew. These, with the exception of some seals and plenty of fish, were the sole result of a stay marked by a succession of squalls and storms, which constantly placed the ship in danger. Carteret, who, owing to unfavorable winds, had had several opportunities of noticing Massafuero, corrected many of the errors in the account of Lord Anson's voyage, and furnished many details of inestimable use to navigators. On leaving Massafuero, Carteret steered northward in the hope of meeting the southeastern trade wind. Carried farther than he had counted upon, he determined to seek St. Ambrose and St. Felix Island, or the island of St. Paul. Now that the Spaniards had taken possession of and fortified Juan Fernandez, those islands might be of great value to the English in the event of war. But Mr. Green's charts and the elements of navigation by Robertson did not tally as to their situation. Carteret, having most confidence in the latter work, sought for them in the north, and failed to find them. In re-reaching the description given by Wazer, Davis's surgeon, he thought these 2 islands were identical with the land met with by that filibuster in his route to the south of the Galapagos Islands, and that Davis's land did not exist. This caused a double error, that of identifying St. Felix Island with Davis's land, and of denying the existence of the latter, which is in reality Easter Island. At this parallel, says Carteret, that is, in 18 degrees west from his point of departure, we had fresh breezes, and a strong northerly current, and other reasons for conjecturing that we were near Davis's land, which we were seeking so carefully. But a stiff breeze rising again, we steered quarter southwest, and reached 28½ degrees southern latitude, from which it follows that if this land, or anything answering to it, exists, I must infallibly have fallen in with it, or at least have seen it. I afterwards remained in 28 degrees south latitude, and 40 degrees west of my point of departure, and, as far as I can conjecture, 121 degrees west London. All the navigators combined in insisting upon the existence of a southern continent. Carteret could not conceive that Davis's land was but a small island, a spot lost in the immensity of the ocean. As he found no continent, he decided upon the non-existence of Davis's land. It was precisely in this way that he was misled. Carteret continued his search until the 7th of June. He was in 28 degrees south latitude and 112 degrees west longitude. That is to say, he was in the immediate neighborhood of Easter Island. It was still the depth of winter. The sea ran continually high. Violent and variable winds, dull, foggy, and cold weather was accompanied by thunder, rain, and snow. No doubt it was owing to the great darkness, and to the thick fog which hid the sun for several days, that Carteret failed to perceive Easter Island. For many signs, such as the number of birds, floating seaweeds, and so on, announced the neighborhood of land. These atmospheric troubles again retarded the voyage, in addition to which the Swallow was as bad a sailor as possible, and one may guess at the weariness, the preoccupation, even the mental suffering of the captain, who saw his crew on the point of starvation. But in spite of all, the voyage was continued by day and night in a westerly direction until the 2nd of July. Upon this day, land was discovered to the north, and on the morrow Carteret was sufficiently close to recognize it. It was only a great rock, 5 miles in circumference, covered with trees, which appeared uninhabited, but the swell, so prevalent at this time of year, prevented the vessel coming alongside. It was named Pitcairn, after the first discoverer. In these latitudes the sailors, previously in good health, felt the first attacks of scurvy. Upon the 11th a new land was seen in 22 degrees southern latitude, and 145 degrees 34 minutes longitude. It received the name of Osnaburg, in honor of the king's second son. Next day Carteret sent an expedition to 2 more islands, where neither eatables nor water were found. The sailors caught many birds in their hands, as they were so tame they did not fly at the approach of man. All these islands belonged to the Dangerous group, a long chain of low islands, clusters of which were the despair of all navigators, for the few resources they offered. Carteret thought he recognized Quiros in the land discovered, but this place, which is called by the natives Tahiti, is situated more to the north. Sickness, however, increased daily. The adverse winds, but especially the damage the ship had sustained, made her progress very slow. Carteret thought it necessary to follow the route upon which he was most likely to obtain provisions and the needful repairs. My intention, in the event of my ship being repaired, says Carteret, was to continue my voyage to the south upon the return of a favorable season, with a view to new discoveries in that quarter of the world. In fact, I had settled in my own mind, if I could find a continent where sufficient provisions were procurable, to remain near its coast until the sun had passed the equator, then to gain a distant southern latitude, and to proceed westward towards the Cape of Good Hope, and to return eastward after touching at the Falkland Islands, should it be necessary, and thence to proceed quickly to Europe. These laudable intentions show Carteret to have been a true explorer, rather stimulated than intimidated by danger, but it proved impossible to carry them into execution. End of section 6. Reading by Malone. Section 7 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. Great Navigators of the 18th Century, by Jules Verne. First part, Chapter 2, Part 2. Captain Cook's Predecessors, 2C. The trade wind was only met on the 16th, and the weather remained detestable. Above all, although Carteret navigated in the neighborhood of Danger Island, discovered in 1765 by Byron and by others, he saw no land. We probably were close by land, he says, which the fog prevented our seeing, for in these waters numbers of birds constantly flew round the ship. Commodore Byron, in his last voyage, had passed the northern limits of this portion of the ocean, in which the Solomon Islands are said to be situated. and as I have been myself beyond the southern limit without seeing them, I have good reason for thinking that if these islands exist, they have been badly marked on all the charts. This last supposition is correct, but the Solomon Islands do exist, and Carteret stopped there a few days later without recognizing them. The victuals were now all but consumed or tainted, the rigging and the sails torn by the tempest, half the crew on the sick list, when a fresh alarm for the captain arose. A leak was reported just below the load waterline. It was impossible to stop it, as long as they were in the open sea. By unexpected good fortune, land was seen on the morrow. Needless to say, what cries of delight, what acclamations followed this discovery. To use Carteret's own comparison, the feelings of surprise and comfort experienced by the crew can only be likened to those of a criminal who at the last moment on the scaffold receives a reprieve. It was Nitendet Island, already discovered by Mendana. No sooner was the anchor cast than landing was hurried in search of water supply. The natives were black, with woolly hair, and perfectly naked. They appeared upon the shore, but fled again before the boat could come up with them. The leader of the landing party described the country as wild, bristling with mountains and impenetrable forests of trees and shrubs, reaching to the shore itself, through which ran a fine current of fresh water. The following day, the master was sent in search of an easier landing place, with orders to propitiate the natives, if possible, by presents. He was expressly enjoined not to expose himself to danger, to return if several pirogues advanced against him, not to leave the boat himself, and not to allow more than 2 men to land at once, whilst the remainder held themselves on the defensive. Carteret, at the same time, sent his ship's boat on shore for water. Some natives attacked it with arrows, which fortunately hit no one. Meantime, the sloop regained the Swallow. The master had 3 arrows in his body, and half his crew were so dangerously wounded that 3 sailors and he himself died a few days later. This is what happened. Landing the 5th in succession in a spot where he had noticed huts, he entered into friendly traffic with the natives. The latter soon increased in numbers, and several large pirogues advanced towards his sloop, and he was unable to rejoin it until the very moment when the attack commenced. Pursued by the arrows of the natives, who waded up to their shoulders into the water, chased by pirogues, he only succeeded in escaping after having killed several natives and foundered one of their boats. This effort to find a more favorable spot where he might run the Swallow ashore having ended so unfortunately, Carteret heaved his ship down where he was, and efforts were made to stop the leak. If the carpenter, the only healthy man on board, did not succeed in perfectly stopping it, he at least considerably diminished it. Whilst a fresh landing for water was sought, the fire of the guns was directed upon the woods, as well as volleys of musketry from the sloop. Still the sailors worked for a quarter of an hour, when they were attacked by a shower of arrows, which grievously wounded 1 or 2 in the breast. The same measures were necessary each time they fetched water. At this juncture, 30 of the crew became incapable of performing their duty. The master died of his wounds. Lieutenant Gower was very ill. Carteret himself, attacked by a bilious and inflammatory illness, was forced to keep his bed. These 3 were the only officers capable of navigating the Swallow to England, and they were on the point of succumbing. To stay the ravages of disease, it was necessary to procure provisions at all costs, and this was utterly impossible in this spot. Carteret weighed anchor on the 17th of August, after calling the island Egmont, in honor of the Lord of the Admiralty, and the bay where he had anchored Swallow. Although convinced that it was identical with the land named Santa Cruz by the Spaniards, the navigator nevertheless followed the prevailing mania of giving new appellations to all the places he visited. He then coasted the shore for a short distance, and ascertained that the population was large. He had many a crow to pick with the natives. These obstacles, and moreover the impossibility of procuring provisions, prevented Carteret's reconnoitring the other islands of this group, upon which he bestowed the name of Queen Charlotte. The inhabitants of Egmont Isle, he says, are extremely agile, active, and vigorous. They appear to live as well in water as on land, for they are continually jumping from their pirogues into the sea. One of the arrows which they sent passed through the planks of the boat, and dangerously wounded the officer at the poop in the thigh. Their arrows are tipped with stone, and we saw no metal of any kind in their possession. The country in general is covered with woods and mountains, and interspersed with a great number of valleys. On the 18th of August, 1767, Carteret left this group with the intention of regaining Great Britain. He fully expected to meet with an island on his passage where he might be more fortunate, and on the 20th he actually did so, discovering a little low island which he named Gower, where coconuts were procurable. Next day he encountered Simpson and Carteret Islands, and a group of new islands which he took to be the Ohang Java, discovered by Tasman. Then successively Sir Charles Hardy and Winchelsea Islands, which he did not consider as belonging to the Solomon Archipelago, the island of St. John, so-called Schouten, and finally that of New Britain, which he gained on the 28th of August. Carteret coasted this island in search of a safe and convenient port, and stopped in various bays where he obtained water, wood, cocoa, nutmegs, aloes, sugar canes, bamboos, and palm cabbages. This cabbage, he says, is white, crisp, of a substance filled with sugar. Eaten raw, the flavor resembles that of a chestnut, and boiled it is superior to the best parsnip. We cut it into small strips and boiled it in the broth made from our cakes, and this broth, afterwards thickened with oatmeal, furnished us with a good meal. The wood was all alive with pigeons, turtle-doves, paroquets, and other unknown birds. The English visited several deserted huts. If an idea of the civilization of a people can be drawn from their dwellings, these islanders were on the lowest rung of the social ladder, for their huts were the most miserable Carteret had ever seen. The commander profited by his stay in this place, by once more overhauling the Swallow, and attending to the leak, which the carpenters doctored as well as they could. The sheathing was greatly worn, and the keel quite gnawed away by worms. They coated it with pitch and warm tar mixed together. On the 7th of September, Carteret accomplished the ridiculous ceremony of taking possession of the country in the name of George III. He then dispatched one of his boats upon a reconnoitring expedition, which returned with a quantity of cocoa and palm cabbages, most precious provision for the sick on board. In spite of the fact that the monsoon would soon blow from the east for a long time, Carteret, alive to the dilapidated condition of his ship, determined to start for Batavia, where he hoped to make up his crew and to repair the Swallow. Upon the 9th September, therefore, he left Carteret Harbor, the best which he had met with since leaving the Straits of Magellan. He soon penetrated to a gulf to which Dampier had given the name of St. George Bay, and was not long in reconnoitring for a strait which separated New Britain and New Ireland. This passage he found and named St. George. He describes it in his narrative with a care which should certainly have earned for him the thanks of all his contemporary navigators. He then followed the coast of New Ireland to its southern extremity. Near a little island which he named Sandwich, Carteret had some dealings with the natives. These natives, he says, are black and have woolly hair like Negroes, but they have not flat noses or large lips. We imagine them to be of the same race as the inhabitants of Egmont Island. Like them, they are entirely naked, if we accept some ornaments of shells, which they attach to their arms and legs. At the same time, they have adopted a fashion without which our fashionable men and women are not supposed to be perfectly dressed. They powder their hair, or rather the wool on their heads, white, from which it follows that the fashion of wearing powder is probably of greater antiquity and of more extended fashion than we would have generally supposed. They are armed with spears and large sticks in the shape of clubs, but we perceived neither bows nor arrows. At the southwestern extremity of New Ireland, Carteret found another land, to which he gave the name of New Hanover, and shortly afterwards the group of the Duke of Portland. Although all the portion of the narrative of his voyage, in countries unknown before his time, abounds in precious details, Carteret, a far more able and zealous navigator than his predecessors Byron and Wallace, makes excuses for not having collected more facts. The description of the country, he says, and of its productions and inhabitants, would have been far more complete and detailed had I not been so weakened and overcome by the illness to which I had succumbed through the duties which devolved upon me from want of officers. When I could scarcely drag myself along, I was obliged to take watch after watch, and to share in other labors with my lieutenant, who was also in a bad state of health. After leaving St. George's Strait, the route was westward. Carteret discovered several other islands, but illness for several days prevented his coming on deck, and therefore he could not determine their position. He named them Admiralty Islands, and after 2 attacks found himself forced to employ firearms to repulse the natives. He afterwards reconnoitred Durur and Mati Islands and the Quades, whose inhabitants were quite delighted at receiving bits of an iron hoop. Carteret affirms that he might have bought all the productions of this country for a few iron instruments. Although they are the neighbors of New Guinea and of the groups they had just explored, these natives were not black, but copper-colored. They had very long black hair, regular features, and brilliantly white teeth. Of medium height, strong and active, they were cheerful and friendly, and came on board fearlessly. One of them even asked permission to accompany Carteret upon his voyage, and in spite of all the representations of his countrymen, and even of the captain, he refused to leave the Swallow. Carteret, meeting with so decided a will, consented, but the poor Indian, who had received the name of Joseph Freewill, soon faded away and died at Celebes. On the 29th October, the English reached the northeastern portion of Mindanao. Always on the lookout for fresh water and provisions, Carteret in vain looked for the bay which Dampier had spoken of as abounding in game. A little further off he found a watering place, but the hostile demonstrations of the inhabitants forced him to re-embark. After leaving Mindanao, the captain sailed for the Straits of Macassar, between the islands of Borneo and Celebes. They entered it on the 14th of November. The vessel then proceeded with so much difficulty that she only accomplished 28 leagues in 15 days. Ill, he says, weakened, dying, tortured by the sight of lands which we could not reach, exposed to tempests which we found it impossible to overcome, we were attacked by a pirate. The latter, hoping to find the English crew asleep, attacked the Swallow in the middle of the night. But far from allowing themselves to be cowed by this new danger, the sailors defended themselves with so much courage and skill that they succeeded in foundering the Malay prau. On the 12th of December, Carteret sorrowfully perceived that the western monsoon had commenced. The Swallow was in no condition to struggle against this wind and current to reach Batavia by the west. He must then content himself with gaining Macassar, then the principal colony of the Dutch in the Celebes Islands. When the English arrived, it was 35 weeks since they had left the Straits of Magellan. Anchor was scarcely cast when a Dutchman, sent by the governor, came on board the Swallow. He appeared much alarmed on finding that the vessel belonged to the English marine service. In the morning, therefore, when Carteret sent his lieutenant, Mr. Gower, to ask for access to the port in order to secure provisions for his dying crew, and to repair his dilapidated ship, and await the return of the monsoon, not only could he not obtain permission to land, but the Dutch hastened to collect their forces and arm their vessels. Finally, after 5 hours, the governor's reply was brought on board. It was a refusal couched in terms as little polite as they were equivocal. The English were simultaneously forbidden to land at any port under Dutch government. All Carteret's representations, his remarks upon the inhumanity of the refusal, even his hostile demonstrations, had no other result than the sale of a few provisions and permission to proceed to a small neighboring bay. He would find there, he was told, certain shelter from the monsoon, and might set up a hospital for his sick, that indeed he could procure more plentiful provisions than in Macassar, from whence they would send him all that he could need. Fearing death by starvation and foundering, it was necessary to overlook these exactions, and Carteret proceeded to the roadstead of Bonthane. There the sick, installed in a house, found themselves prohibited from going more than 30 roods from their hospital. They were kept under guard, and could not communicate with the natives. Lastly, they were forbidden to buy anything excepting through the agency of the Dutch soldiers, who strangely abused their power, often making more than 1,000% profit. All the complaints of the English were useless. They were forced to submit, during their stay, to a surveillance to the last degree humiliating. It was only on the 22nd of May, 1768, on the return of the monsoon, that Captain Carteret was able to leave Bonthien, after a long series of annoyances, vexations, and alarms, which it is impossible to give in detail, and which had sorely tried his patience. Celebes, he says, is the key to the Moluccas, or Spice Islands, which are necessarily under the power of the people who are masters of this island. The town of Macassar is built upon a promontory, and is watered by 1 or 2 rivers which cross it or flow in its vicinity. The ground is even and beautiful in appearance. There are many plantations and cocoanut woods, interspersed with houses, which convey the idea that it is well populated. At Bonthien the beef is excellent, but it is difficult to procure enough of it to feed a fleet. Fowls, and as much rice and fruits as can be wished, are procurable. The woods abound with wild pigs, which are to be had cheap, because the natives, being Mohammedans, do not eat them. These details, however incomplete, had great interest at the time they were collected, and we go so far as to believe that even now, some 100 years since they were first written, they yet contain a certain amount of truth. No incident marked the voyage to Batavia. After several delays, caused by the desire of the Dutch company to make Carteret give them a testimonial as to the treatment he had met with from the government of Macassar, and which he steadily refused, Carteret at last obtained permission to repair his vessel. On the 15th of December, the Swallow, partially refitted, set sail. She was reinforced with a supplementary number of English sailors, without which it would have been impossible to regain Europe. 80 of her original crew were dead, and 80 more were so reduced that 7 of their number died before they reached the Cape. After a stay in this port, a most salutary one for the crew, which lasted until the 6th of January, 1769, Carteret set out once more, and a little beyond Ascension Island, at which he had touched, he met a French vessel. It was the frigate La Boudeuse, with which Bougainville had just been round the world. On the 20th of March the Swallow anchored in Spithead roadstead, after 31 months of a voyage as painful as it had been dangerous. All Carteret's nautical abilities, all his sang-froid, all his enthusiasm were needed to save so inefficient a vessel from destruction, and to make important discoveries, under which conditions, if the perils of the voyage add lustre to his renown, the shame of such a miserable equipment falls upon the English Admiralty, who, despising the representations of an able captain, risked his life and the lives of his crew upon so long a voyage. End of section 7. Recording by Malone. Section 8 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. Great Navigators of the 18th Century, by Jules Verne. First Part, Chapter 2, Part 3. Captain Cook's Predecessors, 3a. Bougainville, a notary's son metamorphosed, colonization of the Malouine Islands, Buenos Aires and Rio Janeiro, the Malouine relinquished to the Spaniards, hydrography of the Strait of Magellan, the Percherais, the Quatre Facardios, Tahiti, incidents of the stay there, productions of the country and manners of the inhabitants, Samoa Islands, the land of the Holy Spirit or the New Hebrides, the Louisiade, the Anchorite Isles, New Guinea, Bouton, from Batavia to St-Malo. Whilst Wallace completed his voyage round the world, and Carteret continued his long and hazardous circumnavigation, a fresh expedition was organized for the purpose of prosecuting new discoveries in the southern seas. Under the old regime, when all was arbitrary, titles, rank, and places were obtained by interest. It was therefore not surprising that a military officer, who left the army scarcely 4 years before with the rank of colonel, to enter the navy as a captain, should obtain this important command. Strangely enough, this singular measure was amply justified, thanks to the talents, possessed by the favored recipient. Louis-Antoine de Bougainville was born at Paris on the 13th of November, 1729. The son of a notary, he was destined for the bar, and was already an advocate. But having no taste for his father's profession, he devoted himself to the sciences, and published a treatise on the integral calculus, whilst he obtained a commission in the Black Musketeers. Of the three careers he thus entered upon, he entirely abandoned the first two, slightly neglected the third, for the sake of a fourth, diplomacy, and finally left it entirely for a fifth, the naval service. He was destined to die a member of the Senate after a sixth metamorphosis. First aide-de-camp to Chevreuse, then secretary of the embassy in London, where he was made a member of the Royal Society, he left Brest in 1756 with the rank of captain of dragoons, to rejoin Montcalm in Canada. Becoming aide-de-camp to this general, he distinguished himself on various occasions, and obtained the confidence of his chief, who sent him to France to ask for reinforcements. That unhappy country was just then overwhelmed with reverses in Europe, and had need of all her resources. Therefore, when young Bougainville entered upon the object of his mission to M. de Choiseul, the minister answered brusquely, "When the house is on fire, one does not worry oneself about the stables." "At least," replied Bougainville, "no one can say that you speak like a horse." This sally was too witty and too stinging to conciliate the minister. Ultimately, Madame de Pompadour, who appreciated witty people, introduced Bougainville to the king, and although he did not succeed in obtaining much for his general, he gained a colony and the Order of St. Louis for himself, although he had only seen 7 years' service. Returning to Canada, he was anxious to justify Louis XIV's confidence, and distinguished himself in various matters. After the loss of his colony, he served in Germany under M. de Choiseul-Stainville. His military career was cut short by the peace of 1763. His active spirit and love of movement rebelled against a garrison life. He conceived the strange idea of colonizing the Falkland Islands in the extreme south of South America, and of conveying there, free of expense, the emigrants from Canada who had settled in France to escape the tyrannous yoke of England. Carried away by this idea, he addressed himself to certain privateers at St-Malo, who, from the commencement of the century, had been in the habit of visiting the group, and who had named them Malouine Islands. Having gained their confidence, Bougainville brought the advantages, however problematical, of this colony to the minister's notice, maintaining that the fortunate situation of the island would secure a good resting place for ships going to the southern seas. Having high interest, he obtained the authority he desired, and received his nomination as ship captain. It was the year 1763. There is little reason to suppose that marine officers who had passed all the grades of the service looked with gratification upon an appointment which no past event justified. But that mattered little to the Minister of Marine, M. de Choiseul-Stainville. Bougainville had served under him, and was far too grand a personage to trouble himself about the grumbling of ship's officers. Bougainville, having brought his uncle and cousin, Messieurs de Nerville and d'Arboulin, to look favourably upon his venture, caused the Eagle of 20 guns and the Sphinx of 12 to be built at St-Malo, under the auspices of Monsieur Guizot Duclos. Upon these he embarked several Canadian families. Leaving Saint-Malo on the 15th of September, 1763, he rested at St. Catherine's Island, on the coast of Brazil, and at Montevideo, where he took horses and cattle, and landed at the Malouine in a large bay, which appeared to him wholly suited to his purpose, but he was not long in discovering that what he had taken by preceding navigators for woods of moderate height were only reeds. Not a tree, not a shrub grew in the islands. Fortunately, an excellent turf did for fuel in their stead, whilst fish and game offered good resources. The colony consisted at first of only 29 persons, for whom huts were built and also a provision warehouse. At the same time a fort, capable of holding 14 guns, was planned and commenced. Monsieur de Nerville agreed to remain at the head of the establishment, whilst Bougainville returned to France on the 5th of April. There he recruited some more colonists, and took a considerable cargo of provisions of every kind, which he disembarked on the 5th of January, 1765. He then went to the Strait of Magellan in search of a cargo of wood, and having, as we have already narrated, met Commodore Byron's squadron, followed it to Port Famine. There he took in more than 10,000 saplings of different growths, which he intended to transport to the Malouine. When he left the group on the 27th of April following, the colony already numbered 80 persons, comprising a staff paid by the king. Towards the end of 1765, the same 2 vessels were sent back with provisions and new colonists. The colony was beginning to make a show when the English settled themselves in Port Egmont, reconnoitred by Byron. At the same time, Captain MacBride attempted to obtain possession of the colony, on the ground that the island belonged to the English king, although Byron had not recognized the Malouine in 1765, and the French had then settled there 2 years. In the meantime, Spain laid claim to it in her turn, as a dependency of Southern America. England and France were equally adverse to a breach of the peace for the sake of this archipelago, which was of so little commercial value, and Bougainville was forced to relinquish his undertaking on condition that the Spanish government indemnified him for his expenses. In addition, he was ordered by the French government to facilitate the restoration of the Malouine to the Spanish commissioners. This foolish attempt at colonization was the origin and groundwork of Bougainville's good fortune, for in order to make use of the last equipment, the minister ordered Bougainville to return by the South Sea and to make discoveries. In the early days of November 1766, Bougainville repaired to Nantes, where his second-in-command, Monsieur Duclos Guyot, captain of the fireship, and an able and veteran sailor, who grew gray in the inferior rank because he was not noble, superintended the equipment of the frigate La Boudeuse of 26 guns. Bougainville left the roadstead of Minden at the mouth of the Loire on the 15th of November for La Plata River, where he hoped to find 2 Spanish vessels, the Esmeralda and the Liebre, but scarcely had the Boudeuse gained the open sea when a furious tempest arose. The frigate, the rigging of which was new, sustained such serious damages that it was necessary to put for repairs into Brest, which she entered on the 21st November. This experience sufficed to convince the captain that the Boudeuse was but little fitted for the voyage he had before him. He therefore had the masts shortened, and changed his artillery for less heavy pieces. But in spite of these modifications, the Boudeuse was not fit for the heavy seas and storms of Cape Horn. However, the rendezvous with the Spaniards was arranged, and Bougainville was obliged to put to sea. The staff of the frigate consisted of 11 officers and 3 volunteers, among whom was the Prince of Nassau-Siegen. The crew comprised 203 sailors, boys, and servants. As far as La Plata, the sea was calm enough to allow of Bougainville's making many observations on the currents, a frequent source of the errors made by navigators in their reckonings. On the 31st of January, La Boudeuse anchored in Montevideo Bay, where the 2 Spanish frigates had been awaiting her for a month, under the command of Don Felipe Periches Puente. The long stay Bougainville made in this part, and also at Buenos Aires, enabled him to collect facts about the city and the manners of the inhabitants, which are too curious to be passed over in silence. Buenos Aires appeared to them too large for its population, which amounted only to 20,000. The reason being that the houses are of only 1 story, and have large courts or gardens. Not only has this town no fort, but it has not even a jetty. Thus ships are forced to discharge their cargoes onto lighters, which convey them to the little river, where carts come to take the bales and convey them to the town. The number of religious communities, both male and female, in Buenos Aires adds to the originality of its character. Bougainville says, "The year is full of saint days, which are celebrated by processions and fireworks. Religious ceremonies supply the place of theatres. The Jesuits incite the women to greater austerity in their piety than any other order. Attached to their convent they have an institution entitled Casa de los Ejercicios de las Mujeres, that is, House for the Devotion of Women. Women and girls, without the permission of husbands or fathers, enter the retreat for 12 days, to increase their sanctity." They were lodged and boarded at the expense of the company. No man ever set foot in this sanctuary unless in the cowl of St. Ignatius. Servants even of the female sex were not allowed to accompany their mistresses. The devotional services consisted of meditation, prayer, catechizings, confession, and flagellation. We were shown the stains on the walls of the chapel made by the blood which flowed under the hands of these Magdalens as they did penance. The environs of the town were well cultivated and brightened by a large number of country houses named cuentas, but scarcely 2 or at most 3 leagues from Buenos Aires were immense plains, with scarcely a single undulation, given up to bulls and horses, which are almost the only inhabitants. Bougainville says, "These animals were so abundant that travelers, when they needed food, would kill a bull, consume what they could eat, and leave the rest to be devoured by wild dogs and tigers." The Spaniards had not yet succeeded in subduing the Indian tribes on the 2 shores of La Plata River. They were called Indios Bravos. They are of medium height, very ugly, and almost all infected with the itch. Their complexions are very dark, and the grease with which they perpetually rub themselves makes them even blacker. Their sole garment is the skin of the roebuck, which reaches to the heels, and in which they wrap themselves. These Indians pass their lives on horseback, at least near the Spanish settlement. They occasionally come there with their wives to buy eau de Cologne, and they never cease drinking until drunkenness literally deprives them of the power to move. Sometimes they assemble in droves of 200 or 300 to carry off the cattle from the Spanish lands, or to attack the caravans of travelers. They pillaged, massacred, and carried off slaves. It was an evil without remedy. How was it possible to subdue a wandering nation in a vast and uncultivated country, where it was difficult even to meet with them? Commerce was far from flourishing, as no European merchandise was allowed to pass by land to Peru or Chile. Nevertheless, Bougainville saw a vessel leaving Buenos Aires, carrying 1,000,000 piastres. And if, adds he, all the inhabitants of this country had the traffic of their hides in Europe, that of itself would be enough to enrich them. The anchorage of Montevideo was safe, although several times they were visited by pamperos, a scourge of the southwest, accompanied by violent tempests. The town offered nothing of interest. The environs are so uncultivated that it is necessary to import flour, biscuits, and everything necessary for the boats. But fruits, such as figs, peaches, apples, lemons, and so on, are plentiful, as well as the same quantity of butcher's meat as in the rest of the country. These documents, which are all 100 years old, are curious when compared with those furnished by contemporary navigators, especially by Monsieur Émile Dérault in his work on La Plata. In many respects this picture is still correct, but there are other details, such, for instance, as regards instruction, of which Bougainville could not speak as it did not exist, in which it has made immense progress. When the victuals, the provisions of water, and the cattle were embarked, the 3 vessels set sail on the 28th of February, 1767, for the Malouine. The voyage was not fortunate. Variable winds, heavy weather, and a running sea caused much damage to the Boudeuse. On the 23rd of March, she cast anchor in French Bay, where she was joined on the morrow by 2 Spanish vessels, which had been much tried by the tempest. Upon the 1st of April, the restitution of the colony to the Spaniards was solemnized. Very few French profited by their king's permission to remain in the Malouine. Almost all preferred to embark upon the Spanish frigates upon their leaving Montevideo. As for Bougainville, he was forced to await the provisions, which the flyboat Étoile was to bring him, and which was to accompany him upon his voyage round the world. However, the months of March, April, and May passed, and no Étoile appeared. It was impossible to cross the Pacific with only 6 months' provisions, which was all the Boudeuse carried. Bougainville decided at last, on the 2nd of June, to reach Rio Janeiro, which he had mentioned to Monsieur de la Gironde, the commander of the Étoile, as a rendezvous, should unforeseen circumstances prevent his reaching the Malouine. The crossing was made with such favorable weather that only 18 days were needed to reach the Portuguese colony. The Étoile, which had been awaiting her for 4 days, had left France later than was expected. She had been forced to seek shelter from the tempest at Montevideo, from whence, following her instructions, she gained Rio. Well received by the Count of Acuna, Viceroy of Brazil, the French had opportunities of seeing the comedies of Metastasio given at the opera by a mulatto troupe, and of hearing the works of the great Italian masters, executed by a bad orchestra, conducted by a deformed abbé in ecclesiastical dress. But the cordial relations with the Viceroy were not lasting. Bougainville, who, with the Viceroy's permission, had made some purchase, found the delivery of it refused for no reason. He was forbidden to take wood he needed from the royal timber yard, although he had concluded a contract for it. And lastly, he was prevented from lodging with his staff during the repairs of the boudeuse in a house near the town, placed at his disposal by a friend. To avoid altercation, Bougainville hurried the preparations for departure. Before leaving the capital of Brazil, the French commander entered into various details of the beauty of the port and the picturesque nature of its surroundings, and finished by a very curious digression upon the prodigious riches of the country, of which the port was the emporium. The mines called General, he says, are the nearest to the town, although they are 75 leagues away from it. They yield the king a yearly revenue by his right to a fifth share of at least 112 arrobas of gold. In 1762 they brought him in 119. Under the captaincy of the general mines, those of the Rio de Mor, Sabara, and Cerro Frio were included. The last named, in addition to all the gold it produces, yields all the diamonds which come from the Brazils. No precious stones, except diamonds, are contraband. They belong to the speculators, who were obliged to keep an exact account of the diamonds they find, and to restore them to the possession of an intendant named by the king for this purpose. He immediately places them in a casket bound with iron and fastened with 3 locks. He retains one key, the king has another, and the proveedor de Hacienda Real the third. This casket is enclosed in a second, stamped with the seals of 3 persons named, and containing the 3 keys of the smaller one. But in spite of all these precautions, and the severe punishment visited upon diamond robberies, an enormous contraband trade was carried on. It was, however, not the only source of revenue, and Bougainville calculated that, deducting the maintenance of troops, the pay of the civil officers, and all the expenses of the administration, the King of Portugal drew no less than 10 million francs from the Brazils. From Rio to Montevideo no incident occurred, but upon the Plata, during a storm, the Étoile was run down by a Spanish vessel, which broke her bowsprit, her beakhead, and much of her rigging. The damages and the shock increased the leak of the ship, and forced her to return to Ensenada de Barragan, where the repairs were more easily managed than at Montevideo. It was impossible, therefore, to leave the river until the 14th of November. 13 days later, both ships came in sight of Virgin Cape at the entrance to the Strait of Magellan, which they hastened to enter. Possession Bay, the first they met with, is a large space open to all winds and offering very bad anchorage. From Virgin Cape to Orange Cape is about 15 leagues, and the strait is throughout 7 or 8 leagues wide. The first narrow entrance was easily passed, an anchor cast in Bucco Bay, where 60 of officers and men landed. They soon made acquaintance with the Patagonians and exchanged a few trifles, precious to the natives, for swansdown and guanaco skins. The inhabitants were tall, but none of them reached 6 feet. What struck me as gigantic in their proportions, says Bougainville, was their enormous breadth of shoulder, the size of their heads, and the thickness of their limbs. They are robust and well-nourished, their muscles are sinewy, their flesh firm, and in fact they are men who, having lived in the open air and drawn their nourishment from juicy aliments, have reached their highest point of development. The distance from the first to the second opening may have been 6 or 7 leagues, and was passed without accident. This opening is only 1½ leagues in width and 4 in length. In this part of the strait, the ships easily reconnoitred St. Bartholomew and St. Elizabeth Islands. At the latter the French landed. They found neither wood nor water. It was an absolutely desert land. Leaving this place, the American side of the strait is amply furnished with wood, but although the first advances had been fortunate, Bougainville was to find plenty to try his patience. The distinctive character of the climate lies in the rapid atmospheric changes, which succeeded each other so quickly that it is quite impossible to forecast their sudden and dangerous variations. Hence the damages which it is impossible to foresee, which retard the passage of the ships, even if they do not force them to seek shelter for repairs. Guillaume-Duclos Bay provides an excellent anchorage, with 6 or 8 fathoms of water and sound bottom. Bougainville remained there long enough to fill several casks, and endeavored to procure fresh meat, but he only met with a few wild animals. St. Anne's Point was reached. At that place Sarmiento had founded the colony of Philippeville in 1581. In a preceding volume we have narrated the fearful catastrophe which procured the name of Port Famine for this spot. The French reconnoitred several bays, capes, and harbors, at which they touched. They were Bougainville Bay, where the Étoile was repainted, Port Beaubassin, Cormadière Bay, off the coast of Tierra del Fuego, and Cape Forward, which forms the most southerly point of the strait and of Patagonia, Cascade Bay in Tierra del Fuego, the safety, easy anchorage, and facilities for procuring water and food of which render it a most desirable haven for navigators. The various ports which Bougainville discovered are particularly valuable, as they offer favorable points for doubling Cape Forward, one of the most difficult routes for sailors on account of the violent and contrary winds which prevail there. The year 1768 opened for the adventurers in Fort Rescue Bay, below which is Port Gallant, the plan of which had been taken with great exactitude by Monsieur de Gênes. Detestable weather, of which the worst winter in Paris can give no idea, detained the French expedition for 3 weeks. It was visited by a band of Pecheans, the inhabitants of Tierra del Fuego, who boarded the ship. "We made them sing," says the narrative, "dance, listen to instruments, and above all eat. Everything was pleasant to them, bread, salt meat, tallow. They devoured everything that was given them. They showed no surprise either at the sight of the vessels or that of the various objects which were shown to them, no doubt because to feel surprise at works of art one must have elementary ideas. These men, akin to brutes, treated chefs-d'œuvre of human industry as they treated the laws and phenomena of nature. These savages are small, ugly, thin, and smell abominably. They were all but naked, having only clothing of sealskin too small to cover them. These women are hideous, and the men appear to care little for them. They live all together, men and women and children, in one hut, in the center of which a fire is lighted. Their food is chiefly shellfish. Still they have dogs and snares set with whalebone. On the whole, they appear to be a good sort of people, but so weak that one overlooks their faults. Of all savages I have met with, the Pecherais are the most destitute. A painful event occurred whilst the crew were in this port. A child of about 12 years of age came on board, and glass beads and bits of glass were given to it, with no suspicion of the use to which they would be put. It would appear that these savages are in the habit of stuffing pieces of talc down the throats as talismans. This boy no doubt meant to do the same with the glass, for when they landed they found him vomiting violently and spitting blood. His throat and gums were lacerated and bleeding. In spite of the enchantments and violent rubbings of a juggler, or perhaps on account of this not too effective treatment, the poor child suffered dreadfully and died shortly afterwards. This was the signal for a precipitate flight of the pêcherets. They no doubt entertained a fear that the French had cast a spell upon them, and that they would all die in a similar manner. End of Section 8. Recording by Malone.
Section 11 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne Spiegel. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. Great Navigators of the 18th Century by Jules Verne. First Part, Chapter 3, Part 1. Captain Cook's First Voyage, 1a. The beginning of his maritime career, the command of the Adventure entrusted to him, Tierra del Fuego, discovery of some islands on the Pomotou archipelago, arrival at Tahiti, manners and customs of the inhabitants, discovery of other islands in the Society Group, arrival at New Zealand, interview with the natives, discovery of Cook's Strait, circumnavigation of 2 large islands, manners and productions of the country. In narrating the career of a distinguished man, it is well to neglect none of those details which may appear of but slight importance. They acquire significance as indications of a vocation unknown even to its subject, and throw a light upon the character under consideration. For these reasons, we shall dwell a little upon the humble beginnings of the career of one of the most illustrious navigators whom England boasts. James Cook was born at Marton, in Yorkshire, on the 27th of October, 1728. He was the 9th child of a farm servant and a peasant woman named Grace. When scarcely 8 years of age, little James assisted his father in the rough toil of the farm of Airy Holme, near Ayton. His amiability and love of work attracted the interest of the farmer, who had him taught to read. When he was 13 years of age, he was apprenticed to William Sanderson, a linen draper at Snaith, a fishing hamlet of some importance. But young Cook found little pleasure in an employment which kept him behind a counter, and he spent every leisure moment in chatting with the sailors who visited the port. Gaining his father's consent, James soon left the linen drapers to engage himself as ship-boy to Messrs. Walker, whose boats carried coal from England to Ireland. Successively ship-lad, sailor, and master, Cook rapidly learned all the details of his profession. In the spring of 1755, as the first hostilities between England and France broke out, the boat upon which Cook served was anchored in the Thames. The navy was recruited in those days by means of press-gangs. At first Cook hid himself, but afterwards, urged no doubt by a presentiment, he engaged himself on board the Eagle, a vessel of 60 guns, to the command of which Sir Hugh Palliser was soon appointed. Intelligent, active, thoroughly at home in all the details of the service, Cook was noticed by the officers, and attracted the attention of his captain, who in a short time received a letter of warm recommendation from the member for Scarborough, sent in accordance with the pressing solicitations of all the inhabitants of Ayton for young Cook, who shortly afterwards received a warrant at Spotswain. He embarked upon the Mercury, bound for Canada, upon the 15th of May, 1759, and joined the fleet of Sir Charles Saunders, who, in conjunction with General Wolfe, conducted the siege of Quebec. In that campaign Cook found the first opportunity of distinguishing himself. Ordered off to sound the St. Lawrence between the Orleans Island and the northern shore of the river, he executed his task with much skill, and drew up a chart of the channel in spite of the difficulties and dangers of the enterprise. His hydrographical skill was acknowledged to be so exact and complete that he received orders to examine the channels of the river below Quebec. This duty he performed so well that his chart of the St. Lawrence was published by the English Admiralty. After the capture of Quebec, Cook passed on to the Northumberland, under the command of Lord Colville, and profited by his stay on the shores of Newfoundland to devote himself to astronomy. Important operations were now entrusted to him. He drew up the plan of Placentia, and took the bearings of St. Peter and Miquelon. In 1764 he was made naval engineer for Newfoundland and Labrador, and was employed for 3 consecutive years in hydrographical tasks, which obtained for him the notice of the ministry and helped to correct innumerable errors in the maps of America. At the same time he addressed a treatise to the Royal Society of London upon an eclipse of the sun which he had observed in Newfoundland in 1766. This document appeared in the Philosophical Transactions. Cook was not long in receiving a due reward for so much and such successful labor, and for his patient studies, the more meritorious, as he had had few opportunities and was self-taught. A scientific question of the highest importance, viz., the transit of Venus across the sun's disk, which had been announced for 1769, was eagerly discussed by all the scientists of the day. The English government, confident that this observation could only be effectually made in the Pacific Sea, resolved to send a scientific expedition thither. The command was offered to the famous hydrographer A. Dalrymple, equally celebrated for his astronomical investigations and his geographical discoveries in the southern seas. But he was so exacting in his demands, and so persevering in his request for a commission as ship's captain, which Sir Edward Hawker as obstinately refused, that the Secretary of the Admiralty proposed another commander for the projected enterprise. His choice fell upon James Cook, who was cordially recommended by Sir Hugh Palliser, and to him therefore the command of the Endeavour was given, whilst he was at the same time raised to the rank of ship's lieutenant. Cook was now 40 years of age. This was his first appointment in the Royal Navy. The mission entrusted to him called for varied qualifications rarely to be met with in a sailor, for, although the observation of the transit of Venus was the principal object of the voyage, it was by no means the only one. Cook was also to make a voyage of discovery in the Pacific Ocean. But the humbly born Yorkshire lad was destined to prove himself equal to his task. Whilst Endeavour was being equipped, her crew of 84 men chosen, her store of 18 months' provision embarked, her 10 guns and 12 swivel guns, with the needful ammunition, shipped, Captain Wallis arrived in England. He had accomplished his voyage round the world. He was consulted as to the best spot for the observation of the transit of Venus, and he selected an island which he had discovered, and which was named by him after George III. It was later known by its native name of Tahiti. From this spot, therefore, Cook was to take observations. Charles Green, assistant to Dr. Bradley, of Greenwich Observatory, embarked with him. To Green was entrusted the astronomical department. Dr. Solander, a Swedish doctor of medicine, a disciple of Linnaeus, and professor at the British Museum, undertook the botanical part. Finally, Sir Joseph Banks joined the expedition, out of simple interest, anxious to employ his energy and fortune. After leaving Oxford, Sir Joseph Banks had visited the Newfoundland coast and Labrador, and had there acquired a taste for botany. 2 painters accompanied the expedition, one a landscape and a portrait painter, the other a scientific draftsman. In addition to these persons, the company comprised a secretary and 4 servants, 2 of whom were negroes. The Endeavour left Plymouth upon the 26th of August, 1768, and put into port at Funchal, in the island of Madeira, on the 13th of September, to obtain fresh fruit and make discoveries. The expedition met with a cordial reception. During their visit to a convent, the staff of the Endeavour were entreated by the poor immured recluses to let them know when it would thunder, and to find a spring of fresh water for them. which they sorely needed, in the interior of the convent. With all their learning, Banks, Solander, and Cook found it impossible to satisfy these demands. From Madeira to Rio de Janeiro, where the expedition arrived on the 13th of November, no incident interrupted the voyage, but Cook's reception by the Portuguese was hardly what he expected. The whole time of his stay in port was spent in disputes with the Viceroy, a man of little knowledge, and quite incapable of understanding the scientific aspect of the expedition. However, he could not well refuse to supply the English with fresh provisions, of which they had absolutely none left. As, however, Cook was passing Fort Santa Cruz on leaving the bay, 2 shots were fired after him, whereupon he immediately cast anchor and demanded the meaning of the insult. The Viceroy replied that the commandant of the fort had orders to allow no vessel to leave the bay without having his received notice, and although Captain Cook had notified his intention to the Viceroy, it had, by pure neglect, not been communicated to the commandant of the fort. Was this an intentional act of discourtesy on the part of the Viceroy, or was it simple heedlessness? If the Viceroy was equally negligent in all the details of his administration, the Portuguese colony must have been well regulated. Cook entered the Straits of Le Maire on the 14th of January, 1869. Kippis, in his Life of Captain Cook, gives the following account. The sea ran so high that the water was above Cape San Diego, and the vessel was so driven by the wind that her bowsprit was constantly under water. Next day anchor was cast in a small harbor, which was recognized as Port Maurice, and soon afterwards they anchored in the Bay of Good Success. Whilst the Endeavour remained off this spot, a strange and untoward adventure befell Banks, Solander, Dr. Green, and Monkhouse, the surgeon of the vessel, and their attendants. They were proceeding towards a mountain in search of plants, and as they climbed it they were surprised by cold, so penetrating and sudden that they were all in danger of perishing. Dr. Solander was seized with vertigo. 2 negro servants died on the spot. Finally the gentlemen were only able to regain the vessel after a lapse of 2 days. They rejoiced in their deliverance, with a joy which can only be estimated by those who have escaped similar dangers, whilst Cook showed a lively pleasure in the cessation of the anxiety their absence had caused him. This event gave them a proof of the severity of the climate. It was the middle of summer in this part of the world, and the day, when the cold surprised them, had begun as warmly as an ordinary May morning in England. James Cook was enabled to make some curious observations upon the savage inhabitants of these desolate regions. Destitute of the necessaries of life, without clothes, without efficient shelter from the almost perpetual severity of this glacial latitude, unarmed, and unlearned in any industrial art which would enable them to construct the more necessary utensils, they passed a miserable life, and could only exist with difficulty. In spite of these facts, of all the articles offered in exchange they invariably chose the least useful. They joyfully accepted bracelets and necklaces, and rejected hatchets, knives, and fish-hooks. Careless of what we consider valuables, our superfluities were their necessaries. Cook had reason to congratulate himself upon the selection of this route. He took 30 days to double Tierra del Fuego from the date of his entrance into the Straits of Le Maire to his arrival 3 degrees north of Magellan. No doubt a much longer time would have been needed if he had followed the winding course of the Strait of Magellan. His very exact astronomical observations, in which Green joined him, and the directions he gave for this dangerous navigation, smoothed the difficulties of his successors, and rectified the charts of L'Eremite, Le Maire, and Schouten. Cook noticed no current of any importance from the 21st January, the day upon which he doubled Cape Horn, to the 1st of March, in a distance of 160 leagues of sea. He discovered a good many islands in the dangerous archipelago, which he respectfully named Lagoon, Arch, Groups, Birds, and Chain Islands. The greater number were inhabited and were covered with vegetation, which to sailors who for 3 months had seen only sea and sky and the frozen rocks of Tierra del Fuego appeared luxuriant. Soon they found Marti Island, which Wallis had named Osnaburg, and on the next day 11th of June, the islands of Tahiti were reached. 2 days later the Endeavour cast anchor in Port Matavai, called Port Royal by Wallis, and where the captain had had a struggle with the natives, over whom, however, he had triumphed without much difficulty. Cook, aware of the incidents of his predecessor's stay to this port, wished above all to avoid similar scenes. Moreover, it was essential to the success of his observations that no interruption or distraction should occur. His first care was to read out standing orders to his crew, which they were forbidden under heavy penalties to infringe. He first declared that he intended in every possible way to cultivate friendly relations with the natives. Then he selected those who were to buy the needed provisions, and forbade all others to attempt any sort of traffic without special permission. Finally, the men who landed were on no pretext to leave their posts, and if any soldier or workman parted with his arms or implements, not only would the price be deducted from his wages, but he would be punished in proportion to the exigency of the case. In addition to this, to guard the observers from attack, Cook decided on constructing a sort of fort in which they might be sheltered within gun range of the Endeavour. He then landed with Messrs. Banks, Solander, and Green, soon found a favourable spot, and in presence of the natives immediately traced out the extent of land he intended to occupy. One of them, named Auhaw, who had had friendly intercourse with Wallis, was particularly profuse in his protestations of friendship. As soon as the plan of the fort was fixed, Cook left 13 men and an officer in charge of the tents, and accompanied his associates into the interior of the island, but he was speedily recalled by the sound of firing. A very painful incident, the consequences of which might have been serious, had occasioned this. One of the natives had surprised a sentinel near the tents, and had possessed himself of a gun. A general discharge was immediately directed upon the inoffensive crowd, but fortunately no one was injured. The robber, meantime, was pursued and killed. A great commotion ensued, and Cook was profuse in his protestations to pacify the natives. He promised payment for all that he required for the construction of his fort, and would not allow a tree to be felled without their sanction. Finally, he had the butcher of the Endeavour mast-headed and flogged for threatening the wife of one of the chiefs with death. This proceeding effaced the recollection of the painful antecedents, and with the exception of some thieving by the natives, the friendly relations remained undisturbed. And now the moment for the execution of the primary object of the voyage approached. Cook accordingly took steps for putting the instructions he had received into effect. With this in view, he dispatched observers with Sir Joseph Banks to Aimiro, one of the neighbouring islands. 4 others proceeded to a favourable distance from the fort, where Cook himself proposed to await the transit of the planet. Hence the point of observation was called Point Venus. The night preceding the observation passed with many fears of unfavourable weather, but on the 3rd of June the sun rose in all its glory, and not a cloud troubled the observers throughout the day. The observations, according to W. de Tonnelle's article in Nature, for the 28th of March, 1874, were most fatiguing for the astronomers, for they began at 21 minutes after 9 in the morning, and only terminated at 10 minutes after 3 in the afternoon, at which moment the heat was stifling. The thermometer registered 120 degrees Fahrenheit. Cook assures us, and we can readily believe it, that he himself was not certain of the end of his observation. In such thermometrical conditions, the human organism, admirable instrument as it is, loses its powers. On passing the sun, the rim of Venus was elongated as though attracted. A black point or dark ligament, a little less dark than the body of the star, was formed. The same phenomenon occurred upon the second interior contact. The observation, says Cook, was made with equal success at the fort, and by those I had sent to the east of the island. From the rising to the setting of the sun, not a single cloud obscured the sky, and Mr. Green, Dr. Solander, and myself observed the entire transit of Venus with the greatest ease. Mr. Green's telescope and mine were of equal power, and that of Dr. Solander still stronger. We noted a luminous atmosphere or fog surrounding the planet, which rendered the actual movement of contact, and especially of interior contacts, somewhat indistinct. To this fact it is owing that our observations varied somewhat one from the other. Whilst the officers and savants were engaged in this important observation, some of the crew, forcing an entrance into the storeroom, stole 100 weight of nails. This was a grave offence, and one which might have had disastrous results for the expedition. The market was at once gutted with that one article of traffic, and as the natives testified an immoderate desire to possess it, there was every reason to anticipate an increase in their demands. One of the thieves was detected, but only 70 nails were found in his possession, and the application of 80 lashes failed to make him betray his accomplices. Other incidents of this kind constantly occurred, but friendly relations were not seriously disturbed. The officers were free to make incursions into the interior of the island, to prosecute scientific investigations, and to inquire into the manners of the inhabitants. In one of these excursions, Sir Joseph Banks met a band of itinerant musicians and improvisatori. They were somewhat surprised to find that the arrival of the English and the various incidents of their stay formed the subjects of native songs. Banks followed the river which flows into the sea at Matavai, some distance into the interior, and found traces of a long extinct volcano. He planted and also distributed among the population a large number of kitchen garden seeds, such as watermelons, oranges, lemons, etc., and planned a garden near the fort, where he sowed many of the seeds he had selected at Rio Janeiro. Cook and his principal assistants wished to accomplish the circumnavigation of the island, which they estimated at 30 nautical leagues. During this voyage they entered into amicable relations with the chiefs of different districts, and collected a mass of information as to the manners and customs of the natives. A curious custom was that of allowing the dead to decompose in the open air, and of burying the bones only. The corpse was placed in a hut about 15 feet in length and 11 in height, and of proportionate width. One end was closed up, and the other 3 sides shut in by trellis work of twigs. The board upon which the corpse rested was 5 feet above the earth. There the dead body was laid, covered in stuffs, with its club and stone hatchet. Cocoa nuts, wreathed together, were hung at the open end of the tent. Half a cocoa nut, filled with soft water, was placed outside, and a bag containing some bits of toasted bread was attached to a post. This species of monument is called tau papau. Whence could that singular method of raising the dead above the ground until the flesh was decayed by putrefaction have been derived? It is quite impossible to find out. Cook could only ascertain that the cemeteries called morai are places where the natives observe certain religious customs, and that they always betrayed some uneasiness when the English approached. One of their most delicate dishes was dog. Those intended for the table never ate meat, but were fed upon breadfruits, cocoa nuts, yams, and other vegetables. The flesh, placed in a hole upon hot stones covered with green leaves, was stewed down in 4 hours. Cook, who partook of it, says it has a delicious flavor. End of section 11. Section 12 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. Great Navigators of the 18th Century, by Jules Verne. First Part, Chapter 3, Part 1. Captain Cook's First Voyage. 1b. On the 7th of July, preparations for departure began. In a short time the doors and palings were removed, and the walls demolished. At this moment, one of the natives, who had received the English with cordiality, came on board with a young lad of about 13 years of age, who acted as his servant. His name was Tupia. Formerly first minister to Queen Oberea, he was afterwards one of the principal priests of Tahiti. He asked to be allowed to go to England. Many reasons combined to decide Cook upon permitting this. Thoroughly acquainted, as a necessary consequence of his high functions, with all the particulars concerning Tahiti, this native would be able to give the most circumstantial details of his compatriots, and at the same time to initiate them into the civilized customs of the Europeans. Finally, he had visited the neighboring islands and perfectly understood the navigation of those latitudes. On the 13th of July there was a crowd on board the Endeavour. The natives came to bid farewell to their English friends, and to their countryman, Tupia. Some, overcome with silent sorrow, shed tears. Others, on the contrary, uttered piercing cries, with less of true grief than of affection in their demonstrations. In the immediate neighborhood of Tahiti were to be found, according to Tupia, 4 islands, Huaheine, Ulaita, Otaha, and Bola Bola. He asserted that wild pigs, fowls, and other needful provisions could easily be obtained there. These commodities had become scarce in the latter part of the stay at Matavai. Cook, however, preferred visiting a small island called Tethuroa, about 8 miles north of Tahiti, but the natives had no regular settlement, and he therefore considered it useless to wait there. When they came in sight of Huaheine, several pirogues approached the Endeavour, and it was only after they recognized Tupia that the natives consented to come on board. King Orea, who was among the passengers, was greatly surprised at all the vessel contained. Soon reassured by the welcome of the English, he became so familiar as to wish to exchange names with Cook. During the entire stay in port he always called himself Cookie, and gave his own name to the captain. Anchor was cast in a conventional harbor, and the officers of this vessel on landing found the manners, the language, and the productions of this island identical with those of Tahiti. 7 or 8 leagues southwest lay Ulaitia. Cook landed there also, and solemnly took possession of this and the 3 neighboring islands. He also profited by his stay to make hydrographical surveys of the shores, whilst a leak which had been found in the gun-room of the Endeavour was attended to. After reconnoitring various other small islands, Cook gave the entire group the name of Society Isles. Cook sailed on the 7th of August. 6 days later he reconnoitred the island of Oteroa. The hostile demonstrations of the natives prevented the Endeavour from remaining. She set sail for the south. On the 25th of August, the anniversary of their departure from England was celebrated by the crew. On the 1st of September, in 40 degrees 22 minutes south latitude, 174 degrees 29 minutes east longitude, the sea, agitated by a west wind, became very rough. The Endeavour was obliged to put her head to the north and to run before the storm. Up to the 3rd the weather continued the same. Then it abated, and it was possible to resume the westward route. In a few days, sundry indications of an island or continent appeared, such as floating weeds, land birds, etc. On the 5th of October the color of the sea changed, and on the morning of the 6th a coast running west by northwest was perceived. Nearer approach showed it to be of great extent. Unanimous opinion decided that the famous continent, so long looked for, so necessary for the equipoise of the world, known to cosmographers as the unknown land of the south, was at last discovered. This land was the eastern shore of the most northerly of the 2 islands which have received the name of New Zealand. Smoke was perceived at different points, and the details of the shore were soon mastered. The hills were covered with verdure, and large trees were distinguishable in the valleys. Then houses were perceived, then pirogues, then the natives assembled on the strand, and lastly a palisade, high and regularly built, surrounded the summit of the hill. Opinions varied as to the nature of this object, some declaring it to be a deer park, others a cattle enclosure, not to speak of many equally ingenious surmises, which were all proved false, when later it turned out to be a pas. Towards 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the 8th of October, anchor was cast in a bay at the mouth of a little river. On either side were white rocks, in the middle a brownish plain, rising by degrees and joining by successive levels a chain of mountains which appeared far in the interior. Such was the aspect of this portion of the shore. Cook, Banks, and Solander entered 2 small boats, accompanied by a part of the crew. As they approached the spot where the natives were assembled, the latter fled. This, however, did not prevent the English from landing, leaving 4 lads to guard one of the boats, whilst the other remained at sea. They had proceeded only a short distance from the boat, when 4 men, armed with long spears, emerged from the wood and threw themselves upon it to take possession of it. They would have succeeded with ease, had not the crew of the boat out at sea perceived them, and cried out to the lads to let it drift with the current. They were pursued so closely by the enemy that the master of the pinnace discharged his gun over the heads of the natives. After a moment's hesitation, the natives continued their pursuit, when a second discharge stretched one of them dead on the spot. His companions made an effort to carry him away with them, but were obliged to abandon the attempt, as it retarded their flight. Hearing the firing, the officers who had landed went back to the vessel, whence they soon heard the natives returning to the shore, eagerly discussing the event. Still Cook desired to have friendly intercourse with them. He ordered 3 boats to be manned, and landed with Banks, Solander, and Tupia. 50 or more natives seated upon the shore awaited them. They were armed with long lances, and an instrument made of green talc, and highly polished, a foot long, which perhaps weighed 4 or 5 pounds. This was the patu, or toki, a kind of battle-axe, in talc or bone, with a very sharp edge. All rose at once and signed to the English to keep their distance. As soon as the marines landed, Cook and his companions advanced to the natives, whom Tupia told that the English had come with peaceful intentions, that they only wished for water and provisions, that they would pay for all that was brought them with iron, of which he explained the use. They saw, with pleasure, that the people, whose language was only a dialect of that spoken by the Tahitians, perfectly understood them. After some parleying, about 30 of the natives crossed the river. The strangers gave them iron and glasswares, on which they set no store, but one of them, having succeeded in possessing himself secretly of Mr. Green's cutlass, the others recommenced their hostile demonstrations, and it was necessary to fire at the robber, who was hit, when they all threw themselves into the river to gain the opposite shore. The various attempts at commercial intercourse with the people ended too unfortunately for Cook to persevere in them any longer. He therefore decided to find a watering place elsewhere. Meanwhile, 2 pirogues, who were trying to regain the shore, were perceived. Cook took measures to intercept them. One escaped by rapid paddling, the other was caught, and although Tupia assured the natives that the English came as friends, they seized their weapons and commenced attacking them. A discharge killed 4, and 3 others, who threw themselves into the sea, were seized after a fierce resistance. The reflections which this sad incident suggested to Captain Cook are much to his honor. They are in strong contradistinction to the ordinary method of proceeding then in vogue, and deserve to be repeated verbatim. I cannot disguise from myself, he says, that all humane and sensible people will blame me for having fired upon these unfortunate Indians, and I should be forced to blame myself for such an act of violence if I thought of it in cold blood. They certainly did not deserve death for refusing to trust to my promises, and to come on board, even if they suspected no danger, but my commission by its nature obliged me to take observations of their country, and I could only do so by penetrating into the interior, either by open force or by gaining the confidence and goodwill of the natives. I have tried unsuccessfully by means of presents, and my anxiety to avoid new hostilities led me to attempt having some of them on board as the sole method of persuading them that far from wishing to hurt them, we were disposed to be of use to them. So far, my intentions were certainly not criminal. It is true that during the struggle, which was unexpected by me, our victory might have been equally complete without taking the lives of 4 of these Indians. But it must also be remembered that in such a situation, the command to fire having once been given, one is no longer in a position to proscribe it, or to lighten its effect. The natives were welcomed on board with every possible demonstration, if not to make them forget, at least to make them less sensible of the pain of remembering their capture. They were loaded with presents, adorned with bracelets and necklaces. But when they were told to land, they all declared, as the boats were directed to the mouth of the river, that it was an enemy's country, and that they would be killed and eaten. However, they were put on shore, and there is no reason to suppose that anything painful came of their adventure. Next day, the 11th of October, Cook left this miserable settlement. He named it Poverty Bay, because of all that he needed he had not been able to procure but one thing, wood. Poverty Bay, in 38 degrees 42 minutes south latitude and 181 degrees 36 minutes west longitude, is of horseshoe shape and affords good anchorage, although it is open to the winds between south and east. Cook continued along the coast in a southerly direction, naming the most remarkable points, and bestowing the name of Portland upon an island which resembled that of the same name in the English Channel. His relations with the natives were everywhere inimical. If they did not break out into open outrage, it was owing to the English patience under every provocation. One day several pirogues surrounded the ship, and nails and glassware were exchanged for fish, when the natives seized Tayeto, Tupia's servant, and quickly paddled off. As it was necessary to fire at the robbers, the little Tahitian profited by the confusion, and jumping into the sea was soon picked up by the pinnacle of the Endeavour. On the 17th of October, Cook, not having been able to find a suitable harbour, and considering himself, as the sea became more and more rough, to be losing time which might be better employed in reconnoitring the northern coast, tacked round and returned the way he had come. On the 23rd of October, the Endeavour reached a bay called Tobago, where no swell was perceptible. The water was excellent, and it was easy to procure provisions, the more so as the natives appeared friendly. After having arranged for everything for the safety of the workers, Messrs. Banks and Solander landed and collected plants, and in their walk they found many things worthy of note. Below the valley, surrounded by steep mountains, arose a rock so perforated that from one side the sea could be seen through it, and from the other the long range of hills. Returning on board, the excursionists were stopped by an old man, who insisted upon their taking part in the military exercises of the country with the lance and the patau-patau. In the course of another walk, Dr. Solander bought a top exactly resembling European tops, and the natives made signs to show him that he must whip it to make it go. Upon an island to the left of the bay, the English saw the largest pirogue they had yet met with. It was no less than 68 feet long, 5 wide, and 3 feet 6 inches high. It had in front a sculpture in relief, of grotesque taste, in which the lines were spiral and figures strangely contorted. On the 30th of October, as soon as he was supplied with wood and water, Cook set sail and continued along the coast toward the north. Near an island, to which Cook had given the name of Mayor, the natives behaved most insolently, and were greater thieves than any previously encountered. It was, however, necessary to make a stay of 5 or 6 days in this district to observe the transit of Mercury. With a view to impressing upon the natives that the English were not to be illused with impunity, a robber who had taken a piece of cloth was fired upon with grape shot, but although he received the discharge in the back, it had no more effect on him than a violent blow with a rattan. But a bullet which struck the water, and returning to the surface passed several times over the pirogues, struck such terror into the hearts of the natives that they hastily paddled to the shore. On the 9th of November, Cook and Green landed to observe the transit of Mercury. Green only observed the passing, while Cook took the altitude of the sun. It is not our intention to follow the navigators in their thorough exploration of New Zealand. The same incidents were endlessly repeated, and the recital of the similar struggles with the natives with descriptions of natural beauty, however attractive in themselves, could not but pall upon the reader. It is better, therefore, to pass rapidly over the hydrographic portion of the voyage, in order to devote ourselves to our picture of the manners of the natives, now so widely modified. Mercury Bay is situated at the foot of the long divided peninsula which, running from the east to the northeast, forms the northern extremity of New Zealand. On the 15th of November, as the Endeavour left the bay, several boats advanced towards her. 2 of their number, says the narrative, which carried about 60 armed men, approached within hearing, and the natives began their war song. But seeing that this attracted little attention, they began throwing stones at the English, and paddled along the shore. Soon they returned to the charge, evidently determined to fight the navigators, and encouraging themselves with their war cry. Without being incited to it, Tupia addressed them reproachfully, and told them that the English had arms, and were in a position to overpower them instantly. But they valiantly replied, "Come to land, and we will kill you all." "Directly," replied Tupia. "But why insult us as long as we are at sea? We have no wish to fight, and we will not accept your challenge, because there is no quarrel between us. The sea does not belong to you any more than to our ship." Tupia had not been credited with so much simple and true eloquence, and it surprised Cook and the other English. Whilst he was in the Bay of the Islands, the captain reconnoitred a considerable river, which he named after the Thames. It was shaded with trees, some of the same species as those on Poverty Island. One of them measured 19 feet in circumference at the height of 6 feet above the ground. Another was not less than 90 feet long, from the root to the lowest branches. Although quarrels with the natives were frequent, the latter were not invariably in the wrong. Kippis relates as follows. Some of the men on board, who, after the Indians had once been found in fault, did not fail to exhibit a severity worthy of Lycurgus, thought fit to enter a New Zealand plantation, and to carry off a quantity of potatoes. Captain Cook condemned them to 12 stripes each. 2 of them received them peaceably, but the third persisted that it was no crime for an Englishman to pillage Indian plantations. Cook's method of dealing with this casuist was to send him to the bottom of the hold until he agreed to receive 6 additional stripes. On the 30th of December the English doubled a cape, which they took to be that of Maria van Diemen, who discovered Tasman, but they were so assailed by threatening winds that Cook only accomplished 10 leagues in 3 weeks. Fortunately they kept at a uniform distance from shore all the time, otherwise they should probably have been spared the recital of their further adventures. End of section 12. Section 13 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. Great Navigators of the 18th Century, by Jules Verne. First Part, Chapter 3, Part 1, Captain Cook's First Voyage, 1c. On the 16th of January, 1770, after naming various portions of the eastern shore, Cook arrived in sight of an imposing peak which was covered with snow, and which he named Mount Egmont, in honor of the Earl of that name. Scarcely had he doubled the peak, when he found that the coast described the arc of a circle. It was split up into numberless roadsteads, which Cook determined to enter, in order to allow of his ship being repaired and keeled. He landed at the bottom of a creek where he found a fine river and plenty of trees, for the forest only ceased at the sea for want of soil. The amicable relations with the natives at this point enabled him to inquire if they had ever seen a vessel like the Endeavour, but he found that even the traditions of Tasman's visit were forgotten, although he was only 15 miles south of Assassin Bay. In one of the provision baskets of the New Zealanders 10 half-gnawed bones were found. They did not look like a dog's bones, and on nearer inspection they turned out to be human remains. The natives, in reply to the questions put to them, asserted that they were in the habit of eating their enemies. A few days later they brought on board the Endeavour 7 human heads, to which hair and flesh still adhered, but the brains, as being delicate morsels, were already picked. The flesh was soft, and no doubt was preserved from decay by some ingredient, for it had no unpleasant odor. Banks bought one of these heads after some difficulty, but he could not induce the old man who brought it to part with the second, probably because the New Zealanders considered them as trophies and testimonies to their bravery. The succeeding days were devoted to a visit to the environs and to some walks in the neighborhood. During one of these excursions Cook, having climbed a high hill, distinctly perceived the whole of the strait to which he had given the name of Queen Charlotte, and the opposite shore, which appeared to him about 4 leagues distant. A fog made it impossible for him to see further to the southeast, but he had discerned enough to assure him that it was the final extent of the large island, of which he had followed all the windings. He had now only to finish his discoveries in the south, which he proposed to do as soon as he had satisfied himself that Queen Charlotte's Sound was really a strait. Cook visited a pah in the neighborhood. Built upon a little island or inaccessible rock, the pah was merely a fortified village. The natives most frequently add to their natural defences by fortifications, which render the approach still more perilous. Many were defended by a double ditch, the inner one having a parapet and double palisade. The second ditch was at least 80 feet in depth. On the inside of the palisade, at the height of 20 feet, was a raised platform 45 feet long by 6 wide. Supported on 2 large poles, it was intended to hold the defenders of the place, who from thence could easily overwhelm the attacking party with darts and stones, of which an enormous supply was always ready in case of need. These strongholds cannot be forced, unless by means of a long blockade the inmates should be compelled to surrender. It is surprising, as Cook remarks, that the industry and care employed by them in building places so well adapted for defense, almost without the use of instruments, should not by the same means have led them to invent a single weapon of any importance, with the sole exception of the spear they throw with the hand. They do not understand the use of a bow to throw a dart, or of a sling to fling a stone, which is the more astonishing, as the invention of slings and bows and arrows is far more simple than the construction of these works by the people, and moreover these 2 weapons are met with in almost all parts of the world, in the most savage countries. On the 6th of February Cook left the bay and set sail for the east, in the hope of discovering the entrance to the strait before the ebb of the tide. At 7 in the evening the vessel was driven by the violence of the current to the close neighborhood of a small island, outside Cape Koamaru. Sharply pointed rocks rose from the sea. The danger increased momentarily. One only hope of saving the ship remained. It was attempted and succeeded. A cable's length was the distance between the Endeavour and the rock when anchor was cast, in 75 fathoms of water. Fortunately the anchor found a hold, and the current, changing its direction after touching the island, carried the vessel past the rock. But she was not yet in safety, for she was still in the midst of rocks, and the current made 5 miles an hour. However, the current decreased, the vessel righted herself, and the wind becoming favorable, she was speedily carried to the narrowest part of the strait, which she crossed without difficulty. The most northerly island of New Zealand, which is named Iahianomaui, was, however, as yet only partially known, and there still remained some 15 leagues unexplored. A few officers affirmed from this that it was a continent and not an island, which was contrary to Cook's view. But although his own mind was made up, the captain directed his navigation with a clear view to clear up any doubt which might remain in the minds of his officers. After 2 days' voyage, in which Cape Palliser was passed, he called them up on the quarter-deck and asked if they were satisfied. As they replied in the affirmative, Cook gave up his idea of returning to the most southerly point he had reached on the eastern coast of Iahinomawe, and determined to prolong his cruise the entire length of the land which he had found, and which was named Tuwai-Pounamow. The coast was more sterile, and appeared uninhabited. It was necessary to keep 4 or 5 leagues from the shore. On the night of the 9th of March the Endeavour passed over several rocks, and in the morning the crew discovered what dangers they had escaped. They named these reefs the Snares, as they appeared placed there to surprise unsuspecting navigators. Next day Cook reconnoitred what appeared to him to be the extreme south of New Zealand, and called it South Cape. It was the point of Stewart Island. Great waves from the southwest burst over the vessel as it doubled this cape, which convinced Captain Cook that there was no land in that quarter. He therefore returned to the northern route, to complete the circumnavigation of New Zealand by the eastern coast. Almost at the southern extremity of this coast a bay was discovered, which received the name of Dusky. This region was sterile, steep, covered with snow. Dusky Bay was 3 or 4 miles in width at its entrance, and appeared as deep as it was wide. Several islands were contained in it, behind which a vessel would have had excellent shelter. But Cook thought it prudent not to remain there, as he knew that the wind, which would enable him to leave the bay, blew only once a month in these latitudes. He differed upon this point with several of his officers, who, thinking only of the present advantage, did not reflect upon the inconveniences of a stay in port, the duration of which would be uncertain. No incident occurred during the navigation of the eastern coast of Tuwai-Pounamow. From Dusky Bay, according to Cook, to 44 degrees 20 minutes latitude, there is a straight chain of hills which rise directly from the sea, and are covered with forests. Behind and close to these hills are mountains which form another chain of prodigious height, composed of barren and jagged rocks, excepting in the parts where they are covered with snow, mostly in large masses. It is impossible to conceive a wilder prospect, or a more savage and frightful one, than this country from the sea, because in every point of view nothing is visible but the summits of rocks, so close to each other that in lieu of valleys there are only fissures between them. From 44 degrees 20 minutes to 42 degrees 8 minutes, the aspect varies. The mountains are in the interior, hills and fruitful valleys border the coast. From 42 degrees 8 minutes to the 41 degrees 30 minutes, the coast inclines vertically to the sea, and is covered with dark forests. The Endeavour, moreover, was too far from the shore, and the weather was too dark for it to be possible to distinguish minor details. After achieving the circumnavigation of the country, the vessel regained the entrance to Queen Charlotte Sound. Cook took in water and wood. Then he decided on returning to England, following the route which permitted him best to fulfill the object of his voyage. To his keen regret, for he had greatly wished to decide whether or no the southern continent existed, it was as impossible for him to return to Europe by Cape Horn as by the Cape of Good Hope. In the middle of winter, in an extreme southerly latitude, his vessel was in no condition to bring the enterprise to a successful issue. He had no choice, therefore, but to take the route for the East Indies, and to this end to steer westward to the eastern shores of New Holland. But before proceeding to the narration of the incidents of the second part of the campaign, it will be better to glance backward and summarize the information upon the situation, productions, and inhabitants of New Zealand which the navigators had accumulated. We have already seen that this land had been discovered by Abel Tasman, and we have noted the incidents which were marked with traces of bloodshed when it was reconnoitred by the Dutch captain. With the exception of Tasman, in 1642, no European captain had ever visited its shores. It was so far unknown that it was not even decided whether it formed a part of the southern continent, as Tasman supposed when he named it Staten Island. To Cook belongs the credit of determining its position and of tracing the coasts of these 2 large islands, situated between 34 degrees and 48 degrees south latitude, 180 degrees and 194 degrees west longitude. Tuwai-Pounamow was mountainless, sterile, and apparently very sparsely populated. Yahienomawe presented an attractive appearance, in its hills, mountains, and valleys covered with wood and watered by bright flowing streams. Cook formed an opinion of the climate upon the remarks made by Banks and Solander that if the English settled in this country, it would cost them but little care and work to cultivate all that they needed in great abundance. As for the quadrupeds, New Zealand afforded an asylum for dogs and rats only, the former reserved for food. But if the fauna was poor, the flora was rich. Among the vegetable products which attracted the English most was one of which the narrative says, "The natives used as hemp and flax, a plant which surpasses all those used for the same purposes in other countries. The ordinary dress of the New Zealanders is composed of leaves of this plant, with very little preparation. They fabricate their cords, lines, and ropes from it, and they are much stronger than those made with hemp, and to which they can be compared. For the same plant, prepared in another way, they draw long thin fibers, lustrous as silk and white as snow. Their best stuffs are manufactured from these fibers, and are of extraordinary strength. Their nets, of an enormous size, are composed of these leaves, the work simply consisting in cutting them into suitable lengths and fastening them together. This wonderful plant, which was so enthusiastically described in the lyrical account just quoted, and the hardly less exuberant one which Labidère afterwards gave of it, is known in our day as Phornium tenax. It was really necessary to subdue the expectations that these narratives excited. According to the eminent chemist Ducharte, the prolonged action of the damp heat, and above all bleaching, disintegrates the cellular particles of this plant, and after 1 or 2 washings, the tissue which are fabricated from it are reduced to tow. Still it forms a considerable article of commerce. Mr. Alfred Kennedy, in his very curious work on New Zealand, tells us that in 1865 only 15 bales of phornium were exported, that 4 years later the export amounted to the almost incredible number of 12,162 bales, and that in 1870 to 32,820 bales, valued at 132,578 pounds. The inhabitants were tall and well proportioned, alert, vigorous, and intelligent. The women had not the delicate organization and grace of form which distinguished them in other countries. Dressed like the men, they were recognizable only by their sweetness of voice and the liveliness of expression. Although the natives of the same tribe were affectionate in their relations to each other, they were implacable to their enemies, and they gave no quarter. The dead bodies of their enemies afforded horrible festivities, which the want of other animal food explains, but can hardly excuse. Perhaps, says Cook, it appears strange that there were frequent wars in a country where so few advantages follow victory. But besides the need of procuring meat, which led to the frequency of these wars, another cause for them, unknown to Cook, existed in the fact that the population consisted of 2 distinct races, naturally enemies of each other. Ancient tradition has it that the Maoris came in the first instance, some 1,300 years ago, from the Sandwich Islands. There is reason for believing this to be correct when one reflects that the beautiful Polynesian race peopled all the archipelago sprinkled throughout the Pacific Ocean. Leaving Haui Kai, which must be identical with Hawaii of the Sandwich Islands, or Sina'i of the Navigator Archipelago, the Maoris had repelled or possibly driven back the aboriginal population. In truth, the earliest colonists noticed 2 distinctly separate types of New Zealanders. The one, and most important, unmistakably recalled the natives of Hawaii, the Marquesas, and Tonga Islands, whilst the other offered many resemblances to the Melanesian races. These particulars, collected by Freycinet and recently confirmed by Hochstetten, are in perfect accord with a singular fact recorded by Cook, that Tupia, a native of Tahiti, made himself readily understood by the New Zealanders. The migrations of the Polynesian tribes are thoroughly understood in these days, thanks to the wider knowledge of languages and anthropology, but were scarcely suspected in the time of Cook, who, indeed, was one of the first to collect legends on the subject. Every one of these tribes, he says, traditionally believes that his forefathers came years ago from another country, and they all assert from the same tradition that the country was called Hiawisi. The country at this time produced only one quadruped, the dog, and that was an alien. Thus the New Zealanders had no means of subsistence, but vegetables and a few fowls unknown to the English. Fortunately, the inhabitants were saved from death by starvation by the abundance of fish. Accustomed to war, and looking upon all strangers as enemies, possibly seeing in them merely an edible commodity, the natives naturally attacked the English. Once convinced, however, of the utter inadequacy of their weapons and of the powers of their adversaries, once convinced that the newcomers avoided using these instruments which produced such terrific effects, they treated the navigators as friends, and conducted themselves towards them with surprising loyalty. If the natives usually met with by the navigators had little idea of decency or modesty, the same was not true of the New Zealanders, and Cook gives a curious example of this fact. Although not so clean as the natives of Tahiti, whose climate was much warmer, and although they bathed less often, they took a pride in their persons and showed a certain coquetry. For instance, they greased their hair with an oil or fat obtained from fishes or birds, which, becoming rank after a while, made them as disagreeable to the refined sense of smell as the Hottentots. They were in the habit of tattooing themselves, and some of their tattoo designs demonstrated wonderful skill and taste certainly not to be expected among this primitive race. The English were greatly surprised to find that the women devoted less attention to their attire than the men. Their hair was cut short and without ornament, and they wore clothes similar to those of their husbands. Their sole attempt at coquetry consisted in fastening the most extraordinary things to their ears, stuffs, feathers, fish bones, bits of wood, not to mention green talc needles, the nails and teeth of their deceased parents, and generally everything they could lay hands on, which they suspended by means of thread. This recalls an adventure related by Cook, which happened to a Tahitian woman. This woman, envious of all she saw, wanted to have a padlock attached to her ear. She was allowed to take it, and then the key was thrown into the sea before her. After a certain time, either because the weight of this singular ornament worried her, or because she wished to replace it by another, she begged to have it removed. The request was refused, upon the ground that her demand was foolish, and that as she had wished for this singular ear-ring, it was fair that she should put up with its inconveniences. The clothing of the New Zealanders consisted of one piece of stuff, something between reed or cloth, attached to the shoulders and falling to the knees, and of a second rolled round the waist, which reached to the ground. But the latter was not an invariable part of their dress. Thus, when they had on only the upper part of their costume, and they squatted, they presented the appearance of thatched roofs. Their coverings were sometimes trimmed in a most elegant manner, by means of various colored fringes, and more rarely with dogskin cut into strips. But the industry of these people was especially shown in the construction of their pirogues. Their war vessels contained from 40 to 50 armed men, and one of them, measured at Ugala, was no less than 68 feet long. It was beautifully ornamented with open work and decorated with fringes of black feathers. The smaller ones generally had poles. Occasionally 2 pirogues were joined together. The fishing boats were ornamented at the prow and the poop by the face of a grinning man with hideous features, lolling tongue, and eyes made of white shells. 2 pirogues were often coupled, and the very smallest carried only the poles needed to preserve their equilibrium. The usual cause of illnesses, remarks Cook, being intemperance and want of exercise, it is not surprising that these people rejoice in perfect health. Each time that we went to their settlements, men, women, and children surrounded us, excited by the same curiosity which caused us to look at them. We never saw one who appeared affected by illness, and amongst all that we saw naked we never remarked the smallest eruption on the skin, nor any trace of spots or sores. End of section 13. Section 14 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. Great Navigators of the 18th Century, by Jules Verne. First Part, Chapter 3, Part 2. Captain Cook's First Voyage. 2. Reconnoitering the eastern coast of Australia. Remarks on the natives and the productions of the country. The Endeavour stranded. Perpetual dangers of navigation. Crossing Torres Straits. The natives of New Guinea. Return to England. On the 31st of March, Cook left Cape Farewell and New Zealand, steering westward. On the 19th of April he perceived land which extended from northeast to west in 37 degrees 58 minutes south latitude and 210 degrees 39 minutes west longitude. In his opinion, judging by Tasman's chart, this was the country called Van Diemen's Land. In any case, he was unable to ascertain whether the portion of the coast before him belonged to Tasmania. He named all the points on his northern voyage: Hicks Point, Ram Head, Cape Howe, Dromedary Mount, Upright Point, Pigeon House, etc. This part of Australia is mountainous and covered with various kinds of trees. Smoke announced it to be inhabited, but the sparse population ran away as soon as the English prepared to land. The first natives were seen armed with long lances and a piece of wood shaped like a scimitar. This was the famous boomerang, so effective a weapon in the hands of the natives, so useless in that of the Europeans. The faces of the natives were covered with white powder, and their bodies were striped with lines of the same color, which, passing obliquely across the chest, resembled the shoulder belts of soldiers. On their thighs and legs they had circles of the same kind, which would have appeared like gaiters had not the natives been entirely naked. A little further on the English once more attempted to land, but two natives whom they had previously endeavored to propitiate by throwing them nails, glassware, and other trifles, made such menacing demonstrations that they were obliged to fire over their heads. At first they seemed stunned by the detonation, but as they found that they were not wounded, they commenced hostilities by throwing stones and javelins. A volley of bullets struck the oldest in his legs. The unfortunate native rushed at once to one of the cabins, but returned with a shield to continue the fight, which was shortly ended when he was convinced of his powerlessness. The English seized the opportunity to land, and reached the houses, where they found several spears. In the same bay they landed some casks for water, but communication with the natives was hopeless. They fled immediately on the advance of the English. During an excursion on land, Cook, Banks, and Solander found traces of various animals. The birds were plentiful and remarkably beautiful. The great number of plants discovered by the naturalists in this part induced Cook to give it the name of Botany Bay. This bay is, he says, large, safe, and convenient. It is situated in 34 degrees south latitude and 208 degrees 37 minutes west longitude. Wood and water were easily procurable there. The trees, according to Cook, were at least as large as the oaks of England, and I saw one which somewhat resembled them. It is that one which distills a red gum like dragon's blood. No doubt this was a species of eucalyptus. Among the various kinds of fishes which abounded in these latitudes is the thorn-back skate, one of which, even after cleaning, weighed 336 pounds. On the 6th of May, Cook left Botany Bay, and continued to coast to the north at 2 or 3 miles distance from the shore. The navigation along this coast was sufficiently monotonous. The only incidents which imparted a slight animation were the sudden and unexpected differences in the depth of the sea, caused by the line of breakers which it was necessary to avoid. Landing a little further on, the navigators ascertained that the country was inferior to that surrounding Botany Bay. The soil was dry and sandy. The sides of the hills were sparsely covered with isolated trees and free from brushwood. The sailors killed a bustard, which was pronounced to be the best game eaten since leaving England. Hence this point was named Bustard Bay. Numbers of bivalves were found there, especially small pearl oysters. On the 25th of May, the Endeavour, being a mile from land, was opposite a point which exactly crossed the Tropic of Capricorn. The following day it was ascertained that the sea rose and fell 7 feet. The flow was westward, and the ebb eastward, just the reverse of the case in Botany Bay. In this spot islands were numerous, the channel narrow and very shallow. On the 29th, Cook landed with Banks and Solander in a large bay, in search of a spot where he could have the keel and bottom of his vessel repaired, but they were scarcely on terra firma when they found their progress impeded by a thick shrub, prickly and studded with sharp seeds, no doubt a species of spinifex, which clung to the clothes, pierced them, and penetrated the flesh. At the same time, myriads of gnats and mosquitoes attacked them, and covered them with painful bites. A suitable spot for repairs was found, but a watering place was sought in vain. Gum trees growing here and there were covered with enormous ants' nests, and soon deprived of gum by those insects. Numerous brilliantly colored butterflies hovered over the explorers. These were curious facts, interesting from more than one point of view, but they failed to satisfy the captain, who was eager to replenish his water supply. From the first, the great defect of this country was apparent. It consists in the absence of streams, springs, and rivers. A second excursion made during the evening of the same day was equally barren of good results. Cook ascertained that the bay was very deep, and decided on making the circuit of it in the morning. He soon discovered that the width of the channel by which he entered increased rapidly, and that it ultimately formed a vast lake communicating with the sea to the northwest. Another arm stretched eastwards, and it was conceivable that the lake had a second outlet to the sea at the bottom of the bay. Cook named this part of Australia New South Wales. Sterile, sandy, dry, it lacked all that was most necessary for the establishment of a colony, and the English could not ascertain from their cursory inspection or hydrographical examination that, mineralogically speaking, it was one of the richest countries in the New World. The navigation was monotonously continued from the 31st of May to the 10th of June. On this latter date the Endeavour, after passing safely along an unknown coast, in the midst of shallows and breakers, for a space of 22 degrees or 1,300 miles, was all at once exposed to a greater danger than any which had been apprehended. They were in 16 degrees south latitude, and 214 degrees 39 minutes west longitude, when Cook, seeing 2 islets lying low and covered with trees, gave orders to keep well out to sea during the night, so as to look for the islands discovered by Quiros in these latitudes, an archipelago which some geographers had maintained was united to the mainland. Shortly after 9 in the evening, the soundings taken every quarter of an hour showed constantly decreasing depth. All crowded to the deck. The water became deeper. It was concluded that the vessel had passed over the extremity of the sandbanks seen at sunset, and all rejoiced at escape from danger. When the depth increased, Cook and all but the officers of the watch retired to their berths, but at 11 o'clock the sounding line, after indicating 20 fathoms, suddenly recorded 17, and before it was possible to cast anchor, the Endeavour had touched, and beaten by the waves, struck upon a rock. The situation was a serious one. The Endeavour, raised by a wave over the ridge of a reef, had fallen again into a hollow in the rock, and by the moonlight portions of the false keel and the sheathing could be seen floating. Unfortunately, the accident happened at high water. It was useless, therefore, to count upon the assistance of the tide to release the ship. Without loss of time, the guns, barrels, casks, ballast, and all that could lighten the vessel were thrown overboard. the vessel still struck against the rock. The sloop was put to sea, the sails and topsails were lowered, and tow-lines were thrown to the starboard, and the captain was about to order the anchor to be cast on the same side, when it was discovered that the water was deeper at the stern. But although the capstan was vigorously worked, it was impossible to move the vessel. Daybreak disclosed the position in all its horrors. Land was 8 leagues distant. Not a single isle was visible between the ship and land where refuge might be found if, as was to be feared, the vessel broke up. Although she had been lightened of 50 tons weight, the sea only gained a foot and a half. Fortunately, the wind fell, otherwise the Endeavour must soon have been a wreck. However, the leak increased rapidly, although the pumps worked incessantly. A third was put into action. The alternative was dreadful. If the vessel were freed, it must sink when no longer sustained by the rock, while if it remained fixed, it must be demolished by the waves, which rent its planks asunder. The boats were too small to carry all the crew to land at one time. Under such circumstances, was there not danger that discipline would be thrown to the winds? Who could tell whether a fratricidal struggle might not ensue? And even should some of the sailors reach land, what fate could be in store for them upon an inhospitable shore, where nets and firearms would scarcely procure them nourishment? What would become of those who were obliged to remain on board? Everyone shared these fears, but so strong a sense of duty prevailed, so much was the captain beloved by his crew, that the terrors of the situation evoked no single cry, nor disorder of any kind. The strength of the men not employed at the pumps was wisely harbored for the moment when their fate should be decided. Measures were so skilfully taken that, when the sea rose to its height, all the officers and crew worked the capstan, and as the vessel was disengaged from the rock, it was ascertained that she drew no more water than when on the reef. But the sailors were exhausted after 24 hours of such terrible anxiety. It was necessary to change hands at the pumps every 5 minutes. A new disaster was now added. The man whose duty it was to measure the water in the hold announced that it had increased to 18 inches in a few moments. Fortunately, the mistake of the measure taken was immediately ascertained, and the crew were so overjoyed that they fancied all danger over. An officer named Monkhouse conceived an excellent idea. He applied a sort of cap to the stern, which he filled in with wool, rope yarn, and the intestines of the animals slaughtered on board, and so effected a stoppage of the leak. From this time the men, who spoke of driving the vessel on a coast to reconstruct another from its ruins, which might take them to the East Indies, thought only of finding a suitable harbor for this purpose. The desirable harbor was reached on the 17th of June, at the mouth of a current which Cook called Endeavour River. The necessary labors for the careening of the vessel were at once begun and carried on with the utmost rapidity. The sick were landed, and the staff visited the land several times in the hope of killing some game, and of procuring fresh meat for the sufferers from scurvy. Tupia saw an animal which Banks, from his description, imagined to have been a wolf, but a few days later several others were seen, who jumped upon their forefeet and took enormous leaps. They were kangaroos, marsupial animals, only met with in Australia, and which had never before seen a European. The natives on this spot appeared far less savage than on other parts of the coast. They not only allowed the English to approach, but treated them cordially, and remained several days with them. The narrative says, "They were usually of medium height, but their limbs were remarkably small. Their skin was the color of soot, or rather, it might be described as of deep chocolate color. Their hair was black and not woolly, and was cut short. Some wore it plaited, some curled. Various portions of their bodies were painted red, and one of them had white stripes on his lips and breast, which he called kerbanda. Their features were far from disagreeable. They had very bright eyes, white and even teeth, and their voices were sweet and musical. Some among them wore a nose ornament which Cook had not met with in New Zealand. It was a bone, as large as a finger, passed through the cartilage." A little later a quarrel arose. The crew had taken possession of some tortoises which the natives claimed, without having in the least assisted in capturing them. When they found that their demand was not acceded to, they retired in fury, and set fire to the shrubs in the midst of which the English encampment was situated. The latter lost all their combustible commodities in the conflagration, and the fire, leaping from hill to hill, afforded a magnificent spectacle during the night. Meantime, Messrs. Banks, Solander, and the others enjoyed many successful hunts. They killed kangaroos, opossums, a species of polecat, wolverines, and various kinds of serpents, some of which were venomous. They also saw numbers of birds, kites, hawks, cockatoos, orioles, paroquets, pigeons, and other unknown birds. After leaving Endeavour River, Cook had good opportunities of testing the difficulties of navigation in these latitudes. Rocks and shallows abounded. It was necessary to cast anchor in the evening, for it was impossible to proceed at night through this labyrinth of rocks without striking. The sea, as far as the eye could reach, appeared to dash upon one line of rocks more violently than upon the others. This appeared to be the last. Upon arriving there, after 5 days' struggle with the contrary wind, Cook discovered 3 islands stretching 4 or 5 leagues to the north. But his difficulties were not over. The vessel was once more surrounded by reefs and chains of low islets, among which it was impossible to venture. Cook was inclined to think it would be more prudent to return and seek another passage, but such a detour would have consumed too much time, and have retarded his arrival in the East Indies. Moreover, there was an insurmountable obstacle to this course. 3 months' provisions were all that remained. The situation appeared desperate, and Cook decided to steer as far as possible from the coast, and to try and pass the exterior line of rocks. He soon found a channel, which shortly brought them to the open sea. So happy a change in the situation, says Kippis, was received with delight. The English were full of it, and openly expressed their joy. For nearly 3 months they had been in perpetual danger. When at night they rested at anchor, the sound of an angry sea forced them to remember that they were surrounded by rocks, and that, should the cable break, shipwreck was inevitable. They had traveled over 360 miles, and were forced to keep a man incessantly throwing the line and sounding the rocks through which they navigated. Possibly no other vessel could furnish an example of such continued effort. Had they not just escaped so terrible a danger, the English would have had cause for uneasiness in reflecting upon the length of way that remained to them across a sea but little known, upon a vessel which let in 9 inches of water in an hour. With pumps out of repair and provisions almost consumed, the navigators only escaped these terrible dangers to be exposed on the 16th of April to a peril of equal magnitude. Carried by the waves to a line of rocks above which the sea spray washed to a prodigious height, making it impossible to cast anchor without a breath of wind, they had but one resource, to lower boats to tow the vessel off. In spite of the sailors' efforts, the Endeavour was still only 100 paces from the reef when a light breeze, so slight that under better circumstances no one would have noticed it, arose and disengaged the vessel. But 10 minutes later it fell, the currents strongly returned, and the Endeavour was once more carried within 200 feet of the breakers. After many unsuccessful attempts, a narrow opening was perceived. The danger it offered was less imminent than that of remaining in so terrible a situation, says the narrative. A light breeze which fortunately sprang up, the efforts of the boat, and the tide conveyed the ship to the opening, across which she passed with frightful rapidity. The strength of the current prevented the Endeavour from touching either shore of the channel, which, however, was but a mile in width, and extremely unequal in depth, giving now 30 fathoms, now only 7 of foul bottom. If we have lingered somewhat over the incidents of this voyage, it is because it was accomplished in unknown seas, in the midst of breakers and currents which, sufficiently dangerous for a sailor when they are marked on a map, became much more so when, as was the case with Cook, since leaving the coast of New Holland, the voyage is made in the face of unknown obstacles, which all the instinct and keen vision of the sailor cannot always successfully surmount. One last question remained to be solved. Were New Holland and New Guinea portions of one country? Were they divided by an arm of the sea or by a strait? In spite of the dangers of such a course, Cook approached the shore and followed the coast of Australia towards the north. On the 21st he doubled the most northerly cape of New Holland, to which he gave the name of Cape York, and entered a channel sprinkled with islands near the mainland, which inspired him with hope of finding a passage to the Indian Ocean. Once more he landed, and planting the English flag, solemnly took possession in the name of King George of the entire eastern coast from the 11th degree of latitude to this spot, situated in 107 degrees south. He gave the name of New South Wales to this territory, and to fitly conclude the ceremony he caused 3 salutes to be fired. Cook next penetrated Torres Strait, which he called Endeavour Strait, discovered and named the Wallis Islands, situated in the middle of the southwest entrance to Booby Island and Prince of Wales Island, and steered for the southern coast of New Guinea, which he followed until the 3rd of September without being able to land. Upon that day Cook landed with about 11 well-armed men, among them Solander, Banks, and his servants. They were scarcely a quarter-mile from their ship when 3 Indians emerged from the wood, uttering piercing cries, and rushed at the English. The one who came nearest, says the narrative, threw something which he carried at his side with his hand, and it burned like gunpowder, but we heard no report. Cook and his companions were obliged to fire upon the natives in order to regain their ship, from whence they could examine them at their leisure. They resembled the Australians entirely, and like them, wore their hair short, and were perfectly naked, only their skin was less dark, no doubt because they were less dirty. Meantime the natives struck their fire at intervals, 4 or 5 at a time. We could not imagine what this fire could be, nor their object in throwing it. They held in the hand a short stick, perhaps a hollow cane, which they flourished from side to side, and at the same instant we saw the fire and smoke exactly as it flashes from a gun, and it lasted no longer. We observed this astonishing phenomenon from the vessel, and the illusion was so great that those on board believed that the Indians had firearms, and we ourselves should have imagined they fired guns, but that our ship was so close that in such a case we must have heard the explosion. This fact remains unexplained, in spite of the many commentaries it has occasioned, and which bear out the testimony of the Great Navigator. Many of the English officers demanded immediate permission to land in search of cocoa-nuts and other fruits, but the captain was unwilling to risk his sailors' lives in so futile an attempt. He was, besides, anxious to reach Batavia to obtain repairs for his vessel. He thought it useless, moreover, to remain a longer time in these latitudes. They had been so often visited by the Spanish and Dutch that there were no further discoveries to make. In passing Arrow and Weasel Island, he rectified their positions, and reaching Timor, put in to port in Savu Island, where the Dutch had been settled for some time. There Cook revictualled, and by accurate observation settled its position at 10 degrees 35 minutes southern latitude, and 237 degrees 30 minutes west longitude. After a short interval the Endeavour arrived at Batavia, where she was repaired. But the stay in that unhealthy country was fatal after such severe fatigue. Endemic fevers raged there, and Banks, Solander, and Cook, as well as the greater part of the crew, fell ill. Many died, amongst them Monkhouse, the surgeon, Tupia, and little Taito. 10 men only escaped the fever. The Endeavour set sail on the 27th of December, and on the 15th of January, 1771, put into Prince of Wales Island for victuals. From that moment sickness increased amongst the crew. 23 men died, amongst them Green, the astronomer, who was much regretted. After a stay at the Cape of Good Hope, where he met with the welcome he so sorely needed, Cook re-embarked and touched at St. Helena, and anchored in the Downs on the 11th of June, 1772, after an absence of nearly 4 years. Thus, says Kippis, ended Cook's first voyage, a voyage in which he had experienced such dangers, discovered so many countries, and so often evinced his superiority of character. He was well worthy of the dangerous enterprise and of the courageous efforts to which he had been called. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2, Great Navigators of the 18th Century, by Jules Verne, First Part, Chapter 4, Part 1, Captain Cook's Second Voyage, 1a. Search for the Southern Continent, Second Stay at New Zealand, Paumotu Archipelago, Second Stay at Tahiti, Reconnoitering Tonga Isles, Third Stay at New Zealand, Second Crossing of the Southern Ocean, Easter Island reconnoitered, Visit to the Marquesas Islands. Had the government not been desirous of rewarding James Cook for the way in which he had fulfilled the mission entrusted to him, the unanimous voice of the public would have constrained them. On the 29th of August he received the rank of commander in the Royal Navy, but the great navigator, proud of the services he had rendered to England and to science, thought the reward less than his achievements merited. He would have delighted in an appointment as ship's captain, but Lord Sandwich, who was then at the head of the Admiralty, pointed out to him that it was not possible to gratify him without upsetting all established customs and injuring the discipline of the Royal Navy. However, Cook busied himself in putting together the necessary materials for the narration of his experiences, but, being soon occupied with still more important matters, he placed them in the hands of Dr. Hawkesworth, who was to superintend their publication. At the same time, the observations he had taken on the transit of Mercury, in concert with Mr. Green, his calculations and astronomical solutions were submitted to the consideration of the Royal Society, and that learned body at once recognized his merit. In one respect, however, the important results obtained by Cook were incomplete. He had not perfectly proved the impossibility of an Antarctic continent. This chimera was still dear to the hearts of scientific men. Although obliged to admit that neither New Zealand nor Australia made part of such a continent, and that the Endeavour had navigated in latitudes in which it might have been found, they still affirmed that it would be found still more south, and reiterated all those advantages which its discovery would entail. The government determined to settle a question which had been discussed for so many years, and to dispatch an expedition for the purpose. Its commander was easily selected. The nature of the voyage demanded vessels of peculiar construction. As the Endeavour had been sent to the Falkland Islands, the Admiralty gave orders for the purchase of 2 suitable vessels for the purpose. Cook was consulted, and insisted that the ships should be solidly built, draw little water, and possess capacity for carrying provisions and ammunition in proportion to the number of the crew and the length of the voyage. The Admiralty accordingly bought 2 vessels, constructed at Whitby, by the same shipbuilder as the Endeavour. The larger was of 462 tons burden, and was named the Resolution. The second was only of 336 tons, and was called the Adventure. Cook received command of the Resolution, and Captain Tobias Furneaux, second lieutenant of the Wallis, was raised to the command of the Adventure. The second and third officers and several of the crew had already served in the Endeavour. It may readily be imagined that every possible care was taken in the equipment of these ships. Lord Sandwich and Captain Palliser themselves superintended every detail. Each of the ships was stocked with provisions of every kind for 2 years and a half. Very extraordinary articles were provided at the instance of Captain Cook, who claimed them as anti-scorbutics. For instance, malt, sauerkraut, salted cabbages, soup slabs, mustard, and salop, as well as carrot marmalade, and thickened and unfermented beer, which was tried at the suggestion of Baron Storch of Berlin, and Mr. Pelham, secretary to the Commissariat Department. Equal care was taken to ship 2 small boats, each of 20 tons, intended to carry the crew in case of shipwreck. William Hodges, a landscape painter, 2 naturalists, John Reinhold Forster and his son George, 2 astronomers, W. Wales and W. Bailey, accompanied the expedition, provided with the best instruments for observation. Nothing that could conduce to the success of the adventure was neglected. It was to return with an immense amount of collected information, which was to contribute to the progress of the natural and physical sciences, and to the ethnology of navigation and geography. Cook says, I received my instructions at Plymouth dated 25th June. They enjoined my immediate departure for the island of Madeira, to ship wine there, and thence to proceed to the Cape of Good Hope, where I was to let the crew have a spree on shore, and obtain the provisions and other stores I needed. To advance southwards and endeavour to find Circumcision Cape, which was said to have been discovered by M. Bouvet in the 54° southern parallel, and about 11° 20' east longitude, reckoning from Greenwich. If I found this cape, to ascertain whether it was part of the continent or an island. Should it prove the former, to neglect no opportunity of investigating its possible extent, to collect facts of every kind which might be useful to navigation and commerce, or would tend to the progress of the natural sciences. I was desired to observe the spirit, temperament, character, and means of the inhabitants, should there be any, and to use every fair means of forming friendly alliances with them. My instructions proceeded to enjoin me to seek discoveries in the east or west, according to the position in which I might find myself, and advised my nearing the South Pole as much as possible, and as long as the condition of the ships, the health of the crew, and the provisions allowed of my doing so. To be careful in any case to reserve sufficient provisions to reach some known port, where I might refit for my return to England. In addition, I was ordered, if I found Circumcision Cape to be an island, or if I did not succeed in finding it, in the first case to take the necessary bearings, and in both to sail southward as long as I still hoped to find the continent, then to proceed eastward to look for this continent, and to discover the islands which might be situated in this part of the southern hemisphere. To remain in high latitudes and to prosecute my discoveries, as had been already said, as near the pole as possible, until I had completed the navigation of the world, and finally to repair to the Cape of Good Hope, and from thence to Spithead. Cook left Plymouth Harbour on the 13th of July, and on the 29th of the same month he arrived at Funchal, in Madeira. Here he took in provisions and continued his route southwards, but being shortly convinced that his supply of water would not hold out until he reached the Cape of Good Hope, he determined to break the voyage by putting in at Cape Verde Islands, and on the 10th of August he anchored in Praia Port, which he left 4 days later. Cook availed himself of his stay in this port, as he usually did, to collect every fact which might be useful to navigators. His description is the more valuable now, as these parts have completely changed in character, and the conditions of a stay in port have been greatly modified by the improvements accomplished there. On the 23rd of the same month, after violent squalls which had driven every one on deck, Cook, aware of the pernicious effect of the damp of warm climates, and always on the alert to keep his crew in good health, gave orders to aerate, renew the air, in between decks. He even had a fire lighted in order to smoke it and dry it quickly, and not only took the precautions advocated by Lord Sandwich and Sir Hugh Palliser, but also those which the experience of his last voyage suggested to him. Thanks to all these efforts at prevention, there was not a single sick case on board the Resolution when she arrived at the Cape of Good Hope on the 30th of October. Cook, in company with Captain Furneaux and Messrs. Foster, went to pay a visit to the Dutch governor, Baron de Plettenberg, who placed all the resources of the colony at his disposal. There he found that 2 French ships, which had left the island of Mauritius in March, had touched at the Cape before proceeding to the southern seas, where they were to prosecute discoveries under command of Captain Marion. During this stay in port, which was longer than they expected, Forster met the Swedish botanist Sparman, a pupil of Linnaeus, and engaged him to accompany him by promising him large pay. It is difficult to praise Forster's disinterestedness under these circumstances too highly. He had no hesitation in admitting a rival, and even paid his expenses in order to add completeness to the studies in natural history which he wished to make in the countries he was about to visit. Anchor was weighed on the 22nd of November, and the two ships resumed their course southwards in search of Cape Circumcision, discovered by Captain Bouvet on the 1st of January, 1739. As the temperature would rapidly become colder, Cook distributed the warm clothes furnished by the Admiralty to his sailors. From the 29th of November till the 6th of December, a frightful tempest prevailed. The ships, driven out of their course, were carried to the east to such a degree that they were forced to resume the search for Circumcision Cape. Another consequence of the bad weather, and of the sudden change from heat to extreme cold, was the death of all the animals embarked at the Cape. And lastly, the sailors suffered so much from the damp that it was necessary to increase the rations of brandy to stimulate them to work. On the 10th of December, in 50 degrees 40 minutes southern latitude, the first ice was met with. Rain and snow succeeded each other uninterruptedly. The fog became so dense that the crews did not perceive a floating iceberg until they were a mile past it. One of these, says the narrative, was not less than 200 feet high, 400 wide, and 2,000 long. Taking it as probable that this piece was of absolutely equal size, its depth beneath the water would have been 1,800 feet, and its height about 2,000 feet, and from the dimensions just given its entire bulk must have contained 1,600 million cubic feet of ice. As they proceeded further south, the icebergs increased. The sea was so rough that the waves climbed these glacial blocks and fell on the other side in fine impalpable dust. The scene filled the observers with admiration, but this was soon succeeded by terror upon the reflection that if the vessel struck one of these enormous masses, she must be dashed to pieces. The presence of danger soon, however, produced indifference, and more thought was bestowed upon the sublime beauty than upon the strife with this terrible element. Upon the 14th of December, an enormous iceberg, which closed in the horizon, prevented the two vessels from proceeding southwards, and it became absolutely necessary to skirt it. It did not present an unbroken surface, for hillocks were visible on it, similar to those met on the previous days. Some thought they distinguished land under the ice. Even Cook for the moment was deceived, but as the fog lifted, the mistake was easily rectified. Next day the vessels were driven before a strong current. The elder Forster and Wales, the astronomer, embarked in a small boat to ascertain its swiftness. Whilst thus engaged, the fog became so dense that they completely lost sight of the ship. In this miserable boat, without instruments or provisions, in the midst of the wide ocean, far from any coast, surrounded by ice, their situation was dreadful. They left off rowing, lest they should get farther from the ship. They were losing all hope, when the sound of a distant bell fell upon their ears. They rowed swiftly in the direction of the sound. The Adventure replied to their shouts, and picked them up after several hours of terrible suspense. The generally received opinion was that the ice floats collected in the bays or mouths of rivers. The explorers, therefore, imagined themselves near land, which would prove to be situated in the south behind the vast iceberg. They were 30 leagues to the west of it before they found an opening in the ice which might lead to the south. The captain then determined to steer an equal distance to the east. Should he not find land, he at least hoped to double the iceberg and penetrate in advance of it to the pole, and thereby settle the doubts of all the physicists. But although it was the middle of summer in this part of the world, the cold became daily more intense. The sailors complained of it, and symptoms of scurvy appeared on board. Warmer clothes were distributed, and recourse was had to the remedies usual in such cases, malt and lemon juice, which soon overcame the malady, and enabled crews to bear the severity of the temperature. On the 29th of December, Cook ascertained positively that the iceberg was joined to no land. He therefore decided to proceed eastward as far as the parallel of Cape Circumcision, that is, if no obstacle prevented him. He had scarcely put this resolve into execution when the wind became so violent and the sea so rough that navigation in the midst of floating ice, which crashed with a fearful noise, became most perilous. The danger increased when a field of ice extending beyond the range of vision was seen to the north. There seemed every prospect of the ships being imprisoned for many weeks, hemmed in, to use the expression of whalers, if indeed they did not run the risk of being crushed at once. Cook neither tried to run to the east or west. He steered straight for the south. He was now in the latitude attributed to Cape Circumcision, and 70 leagues south of the position assigned to it. Hence he concluded that if land existed, as stated by Bouvet, which is now known to be a fact, it could only be an inconsiderable island, and not a large continent. The captain had no further reason for remaining in these latitudes. In 67 degrees 15 minutes southern latitude, a new ice barrier running from east to west closed the passage for him, and he could find no opening in it. Prudence enjoined his remaining no longer in this region, for 2/3 of the summer were already past. He therefore determined to seek, with no further delay, the land recently discovered by the French. On the 1st of February, 1773, the vessels were in 48 degrees 30 minutes south latitude and 38 degrees 7 minutes west longitude, very nearly the parallel attributed to St. Maurice Island. After a fruitless cruise, productive of no results, they were forced to conclude that if there really were land in these latitudes, it could only be a small island, otherwise it could not have escaped their search. On the 8th of February, the captain found to his dismay that the Adventure was no longer sailing with him. He waited in vain for 2 days, firing at close intervals, and keeping great fires upon the deck all night. The Resolution had to continue her voyage alone. On the morning of the 17th of February, between 12 and 3 o'clock, the crew witnessed a magnificent spectacle then first seen by European eyes. It was an aurora borealis. The officer of the watch, says the narrative, noticed that from time to time rays leapt in spiral and circular forms, and that then its brilliancy increased, which gave it an extremely beautiful appearance. It appeared to have no particular bearing, but remained motionless in the heavens, which it filled entirely from time to time by throwing its light to all parts. After another attempt to pass the Arctic Circle, an attempt which the fogs, the rain, the snow, and the ice blocks forced him to relinquish, Cook resumed his course to the north, convinced that he left no large land behind him, and regained New Zealand, which he had agreed upon with the Adventure as a rendezvous in the event of separation. On the 25th of March, he cast anchor in Dusky Bay, after 170 consecutive days of sea, in which he had not made less than 3,660 leagues without one sight of land. As soon as he could find suitable anchorage, the captain hastened to avail himself of the resources for feeding his crew, which the country furnished in fowls, fish, and vegetables, whilst he himself, generally with a plumb line in his hand, traversed the environs of the bay. He met only a few natives, with whom he had little intercourse, but one family, becoming somewhat familiarized, established itself 100 yards from the landing place. Cook gave a concert for them, in which the fife and cornet were lavished on them in vain. The New Zealanders awarded the palm to the drum. On the 18th of April, a chief came on board with his daughter, but before entering the ship he rapped her sides with a green wand he held in his hand, and addressed an harangue or invocation in modulated accents to the strangers, a very general custom with the islanders of the Southern Sea. Scarcely was his foot on deck when he offered the captain a bit of cloth and a green talc hatchet, an unprecedented act of generosity for a New Zealander. The chief visited every part of the ship, In order to testify his gratitude to the captain, he plunged his fingers into a bag at his waist, and offered to anoint his hair with the tainted oil it contained. Cook had much difficulty in escaping from this proof of affection, which had not been very pleasing to Byron in the Strait of Magellan, but the painter Hodges was forced to submit to the operation, to the amusement of the entire crew. The chief then departed, to return no more, taking with him 9 hatchets and 30 pairs of carpenter's scissors, which the officers had given him. Richer than all the New Zealanders put together, he no doubt hastened to stow away his treasures, in the fear that some one would deprive him of them. Before leaving, Cook landed 5 geese, the last of those he had brought from the Cape, thinking that they would multiply in this little inhabited spot, and he had a plot of land cleared in which he planted kitchen garden seeds. Thus he worked at the same time for the natives and for the future navigators who should find precious resources here. End of section 15. Section 16 of Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Celebrated Travels and Travelers, Volume 2, Great Navigators of the 18th Century, by Jules Verne. First Part, Chapter 4, Part 1, Captain Cook's Second Voyage, 1b. When Cook had completed the hydrographical survey of Dusky Bay, he started for Queen Charlotte Sound, the rendezvous assigned to Captain Furneaux. On the 17th of May, the crew witnessed a magnificent spectacle. 6 waterspouts, one of them 60 feet wide at its base, were visible 100 feet from the ship in succession, drawing the clouds and sea into communication by their powerful suction. This phenomenon lasted 3/4 of an hour, and the first feeling of fear which it awakened in the breasts of the crew was soon merged into one of admiration, the greater as at this time such marvels were little known. Next day, just as the Resolution entered Queen Charlotte Sound, the Adventure was seen, and proved to have been waiting for 6 weeks. Furneaux, after reaching Van Diemen's Land on the 1st of March, had coasted it for 17 days, but he was forced to desist before ascertaining whether it was, as he supposed, a part of New Holland. The refutation of this error was reserved for the surgeon Bass. On the 9th of April, after reaching Queen Charlotte Sound, the captain of the Adventure had profited by his leisure to lay out a garden and to open relations with the natives, who had furnished him with irresistible proofs of their cannibalism. Before he continued his voyage of discovery, Cook followed the same line of conduct as at Dusky Bay. He landed a ram and a sheep, a goat and a she-goat, a pig and a sow. He also planted potatoes, which only existed upon the more southerly of the 2 islands which form New Zealand. The natives resembled those of Dusky Bay, but they appeared more thoughtless, ran from room to room during supper, and devoured everything that was offered to them. It was impossible to induce them to taste wine or brandy, but they were very partial to sugar and water. Cook says, "They laid hands on all they saw, but they gave up anything so soon as we made them understand by signs that we could not or would not give it to them. They particularly admired glass bottles, which they called taha, but when the durability and use of iron was explained to them, they preferred it to glassware, ribbons, or white paper." Amongst them were several women, whose lips were covered with little holes painted a bluish black, whilst vivid red formed of chalk and oil covered their cheeks. Like the natives of Dusky Bay, they had small legs and bodies, but thick knees, which proves that they take little exercise and sit cross-legged. The almost perpetual squatting in their pirogues no doubt also adds to these peculiarities. The color of their skin is clear brown, their hair is very black, their faces are round, their nose and lips are somewhat thick but not flat, their eyes are black and bright enough and tolerably expressive. Placed in a row, the natives took off their outer garments, and one of them sang a rough sort of song, the others accompanying him with gestures. They stretched out their hands, and alternately struck their feet against the ground with frantic contortions. The last words they repeated in chorus, and we easily distinguished a sort of meter, but I am not sure that there was any rhyme. The music was wild and monotonous. Some of the New Zealanders begged for news of Tupia, and when they heard of his death, they expressed their grief by a kind of lamentation, plainly artificial. Cook did not recognize a single native whom he had met on his first voyage. He naturally concluded that the natives, who in 1770 inhabited the Sound, had been chased out, or had gone elsewhere of their free will. The number of inhabitants, too, was reduced by a third. The Pa was deserted, as well as a number of cabins along the coast. The two ships being ready to return to sea, Cook gave instructions to Captain Furneaux. He wished to advance southward between 41 degrees to 46 degrees south latitude, up to 140 degrees west longitude, and if he found no land, to steer towards Tahiti, which was appointed as the place of rendezvous. He then proposed to return to New Zealand and survey all the unknown parts of the sea between that island and Cape Horn. Towards the end of July, after a few days' hot weather, scurvy again broke out on board the Adventure. The Resolution escaped the scourge, owing to the precautions from which Cook had never departed for a single day, and the example which he himself set of constantly eating celery and scurvy grass. On the 1st of July, the two vessels were in south latitude 25 degrees 1 minute and 134 degrees 6 minutes west longitude, the situation which Carteret attributed to Pitcairn Island. Cook endeavoured to find it, but to his great regret, the illness on board the Adventure shortened his cruise. He was anxious to verify or rectify the longitude of this island, and by so doing, that of all the surrounding lands discovered by Carteret, which had not been confirmed by astronomical observations. But having no longer any hope of finding an Arctic continent, he set sail for the northwest, and soon reconnoitred several of the islands seen by Bougainville. The outlying islands with which the Pacific Ocean abounds between the tropics, he says, are on a level with the waves in the low parts, and raised only a rood or two above them in the others. Their shape is often circular. In the center they contain a basin of sea water, and the depth of water all around is not to be sounded. They produce little. Coconuts appear to be the best of their productions, yet in spite of this sterility and of their small extent, most of them are inhabited. It is not easy to conceive how these little settlements were peopled, and it is not less difficult to determine from whence the highest islands of the southern sea drew their inhabitants. On the 15th of April, Cook reconnoitred Osnaburg, or Mairea Islands, discovered by Wallis, and set off for Otaitipiha, where he intended to embark as many provisions as possible before reaching Matavai. At daybreak, says Forster, we rejoiced in one of those beautiful mornings which poets of every country have tried to paint. A light breeze brought a delicious perfume from the land, and ruffled the surface of the water. The forest-capped mountains elevated their majestic heads, over which the rising sun shed its beams. Close to us we saw a ridge of hills, of gentler ascent, but wooded like the first and pleasantly intermixed with green and brown tints. Below, a plain adorned with breadfruit trees, and a quantity of palms in the background, overshadowing the delightful groves. All seemed still asleep. Dawn was just breaking, and the country was wrapped in peaceful darkness. Yet we could perceive the houses amid the trees, and the pirogues on the shore. Half a mile from the beach, the waves broke over a reach of rocks level with the sea, and nothing could equal the tranquillity of the interior flow of the harbour. The day-star shed its lustre on the plain. The natives rose, and by degrees added life to this charming scene. At the sight of our vessels, several launched their pirogues in haste, and paddled toward us, as we were happily watching them. We little thought that we were going to run into great danger, and that destruction would soon threaten the vessels and their crews on this fortunate coast. Skilful the writer, happy the painter, who knew how to find such fresh and varied colours. This enchanting picture is conveyed in a few words. One regrets not having accompanied this bold sailor, this scientist who so well understood Dame Nature. Unfortunately, we could not visit these innocent and peaceful inhabitants, in that age of gold to which our own century offers a painful comparison. The vessels were half a league from a reef, when the wind fell. In spite of every effort, the ships were driven upon the rocks, in the very sight of the much-coveted land, when a clever manoeuvre of the captain's, ably seconded by the tide and the land breeze, came to their rescue. They had, however, received some injuries, and the Adventure lost 3 anchors. The ships were surrounded by a crowd of pirogues, and every variety of fruit was exchanged for glass beads. Still the natives offered neither fowls nor pigs. Those that were seen near the cabins belonged to the king, and they had no right to sell them. Several of the Tahitians begged for news of Banks and the companions of Cook's earlier voyage. Some also inquired for news of Tupia, but they spoke no more of him when they had learned the circumstances of his death. Next day the 2 vessels anchored in the roadstead of Otaitipia, 2 cable lengths from the shore, and were besieged by visitors and traffickers. Some profited by the crush to throw the merchandise they had already sold into their canoes, that they might sell it over again. To put a stop to this trick, Cook drove the perpetrators away after having flogged them, a punishment which they accepted without complaining. In the afternoon the 2 captains landed to examine the watering place, which they found very convenient. During their absence a crowd of natives came on board, and amply confirmed the unenviable reputation they had acquired in the early records of Bougainville and Cook. One of the officers, standing on the quarter-deck, says the narrative, desiring to give a child 6 years old in one of the pirogues some glass beads, let them fall into the sea. The child at once jumped into the water and dived until he recovered them. To reward his skill he threw other trifles to him, a generosity which tempted a crowd of men and women, who amused us by their surprising agility in the waves, their easy attitudes in the water, and the suppleness of their limbs made them like amphibious animals. But the Tahitians who came on board were detected in several acts of theft. One of them, who remained for the greater part of the day in Cook's bedroom, hastened to jump into the sea, and the captain, enraged by his conduct, had shots fired over his head. A boat, sent to take the pirogues of the robbers, was assailed with stones until it reached the shore, and it was only after a discharge of shot that the assailants determined to retreat. These hostilities led to no result. The natives came on board as if nothing had occurred. Cook learned from them that the greater part of his old friends from the neighbourhood of Matavai had fallen in a battle between the inhabitants of the 2 peninsulas. The officers made many excursions on land. Forster, animated by an ardour for botanical research, missed none of them. In one of these he witnessed the method employed by the Tahitians in preparing their stuffs. We had gone but a few paces, he says, when a noise from the forest struck upon our ears. Following the sounds, we reached a little tent, where 5 or 6 women sitting upon either side of a large square piece of wood were thrashing the fibrous bark of mulberry trees to fabricate their stuffs. For this purpose they used a bit of square wood with long parallel grooves, more or less hollowed, according to the different sides. They paused a moment to enable us to examine the bark, the hammer, and the beam which served them for a table. They also showed us a kind of gum water in a large cocoa-nut, which they used from time to time to join the various bits of bark together. This glue, which appears to us to be obtained from the hibiscus esculentus, is absolutely needful in the fabrication of the stuff, which being occasionally 2 or 3 yards wide and 50 long, are composed of small pieces of the bark. The women employed at this work wore very old and ragged clothes, and their hands were hard and knotted. The same day Forster saw a man with very long nails, of which he was immensely proud, as proving that he was not obliged to work for his bread. In Annam, in China, and other countries, this singular and ridiculous fashion is common. A single finger is kept with a shorter nail, being the one used to scratch with, a very frequent occupation in the extreme East. In another of his walks, Forster saw a native who passed his days in being fed by his wives, quietly lying on a carpet of thick shrubs. This melancholy person, who fattened without rendering any service to society, recalled Sir John Mandeville's anger at seeing, quote, such a glutton who passed his days without distinguishing himself by any feats of arms, and who lived in pleasure as a pig which one fattens in a sty. End quote. On the 22nd of August, Cook, having learned that King Wahitua was in the neighbourhood, and being desirous of seeing him, landed with Captain Furneaux, the Forsters, and several natives. He met him advancing towards him with a numerous suite, and recognized him at once as he had seen him several times in 1769. This king was then a child, and was called Te Are, but he had changed his name at the death of his father, Wahitua. He made the captain sit down on his stool, and inquired solicitously for the various Englishmen he had known on the former voyage. Cook, after the usual compliments, presented him with a shirt, a hatchet, some nails, and other trifles, but of all his presents that which appeared most precious to him, and which excited the most cries of admiration from his followers, was a tuft of red feathers mounted upon iron wire. Wahitua, king of Little Tahiti, was about 17 or 18 years of age. Tall and well made, his appearance would have been majestic but for a look of fear and distrust. He was surrounded by several chiefs and noble personages, remarkable for their height, and one of whom, tattooed in a peculiar manner, was enormously stout. The king, who showed him great deference, consulted him every moment. Cook then learned that a Spanish vessel had put into Tahiti a few months previously, and he afterwards ascertained it was that of Domingo Buenechea, which came from Callao. Whilst Ite, the king's confidant, conversed with some authors upon religious subjects, and asked the English if they had a god. Wahitua amused himself with the captain's watch, astonished at the noise it made, and venting his surprise in the words, "It speaks." He inquired of what use it was. It was explained to him that it told the time, and in that respect resembled the sun. Wahitua gave it the name of the Little Sun, to show that he understood the explanation. The vessel sailed on the morning of the 24th, and were followed for a long time by numbers of pirogues bearing cocoanuts and fruit. Rather than lose this opportunity of obtaining European commodities, the natives parted with their wares very cheaply. A dozen cocoanuts could be obtained for 1 glass bead. The abundant fresh provisions soon restored the health of all on board the vessels, and most of the sailors, who on reaching Osnaburg could scarcely walk, could get about well when they left. The Resolution and Adventure reached Matavai Bay on the 26th. A crowd of Tahitians soon invaded the deck. Most of them were known to the captain and Lieutenant Pickersgill, who had accompanied Wallis in 1767, and Cook, 2 years later, received a warm welcome from them. Cook had tents erected for the sick, the sailmenders, and the coopers, and then left with Captain Furneaux and the 2 Forsters for Oparier. The boat which took them soon passed a marae of stones, and a cemetery known as the Marae of Tutaha. When Cook called it by this name, One of the natives who accompanied him interrupted him by saying that since Tutaha's death it was called Otu. A fine lesson for princes, who thus in their lives are reminded that they are mortal, and that after their death the earth which contains their corpse will not be their own. The chief and his wife removed the upper garments from their shoulders as they passed, a mark of respect which natives of all ranks exhibit before a marae, as they appear to attach a particular idea of sanctity to these places. Cook soon gained admittance to the presence of King Otu. After many compliments, he offered him all that he thought he had which would please him, because he appreciated the advantage this man's friendship would be to him, for his every word showed timidity of disposition. Tall and well made, the king was about 30 years old. He inquired after Tupia and Cook's companions, although he had seen none of them. Many presents were distributed to those of his cortege who appeared the most influential. The women sent their servants to find large pieces of their finest stuffs, tinted scarlet, rose, and straw color, and perfumed with the most odoriferous oil. They placed them over our outer clothing, and so loaded us that we could scarcely move. Otu paid the captain a visit on the morrow. He only came on board after Cook had been enveloped in a considerable quantity of the most costly native stuff, and he dare not go below until his brother had first done so. The king and his suite were seated for breakfast, at which the natives went into ecstasies over the usefulness of chairs. Otu would not taste anything, but his companions were far from following his example. He greatly admired a beautiful spaniel belonging to Forster, and expressed a wish to possess it. It was at once given to him, and he had it carried behind him by one of his lords-in-waiting. After breakfast the captain himself conducted Otu to his sloop, and Captain Furneaux gave him a pair of goats. Upon an excursion to the interior, Mr. Pickersgill met the aged Oberea, who appeared to have lost all her honours, and she was so poor that it was impossible for her to give a present to her friends. When Cook left on the 1st of September, a young Tahitian named Poreo begged to accompany him. The captain consented, hoping that he might prove useful. The moment he lost sight of land, poor Poreo could not restrain his tears. The officers comforted him by promising to be like fathers to him. End of section 16.